Chapter 78. Yili nodded and said, "Many thanks to the heir. I've troubled the heir to make this trip. I hope that the Dechu state can make the heir feel at home." Leitingfing laughed loudly and said, "Of course, this little prince has admired the scenery of the Dechu state for a long time. I will definitely take a good look around. Come, bring out the gift this heir has prepared for the princess consort of Ding." Lightly clapping his hands, two men who looked like guards walked in. One of them was holding a long and narrow carved wooden box. Looking at the length and size of the box, Yili had a bad feeling. This gift probably wasn't a normal gift. Leitingfing made a hand gesture, and the other man accepted the order and opened the wooden box. A burst of biting cold air greeted them. Minister Ye's face sank. He stood up and said in a deep voice, "Heir, what do you mean by this?" Leitingfing raised his eyebrows and said in confusion, "This is the gift this little prince's father and uncle personally chose for the princess consort. Is there something wrong with it?" Minister Yi said, "My daughter's wedding is imminent. What do you mean by giving her a sword?" A sword was a lethal weapon. It was inauspicious. Inside the intricately carved wooden box was a long sword with an ancient appearance. Even though it was still in the scabbard, one could still feel the cold light and killing intent. This was clearly a peerless treasure sword that had been tempered by a sea of blood. "This is a gift that my country and my father specially found to show our sincerity. Or, does everyone here really not know the origin of this sword?" Leitingfing carelessly crossed his arms and looked at the people in front of him with a smile that wasn't a smile. Hearing the contempt in his tone, Mo Jingli's brows wrinkled. He stood up and looked at the sword in the box. Mu Rongting's heart moved. She looked at Yili with some hesitation. "This is cloud grasping." After a long time, Mo Jingli said in a deep voice. Leitingfing praised, "Li King has good eyes." "That's right, this is the cloud-grasping sword." Everyone was moved. This was not an ancient sword, but its reputation was definitely not inferior to any of the legendary swords. This sword had the same name as the first prince, Mo Lanyun. It was the weapon that Mo Lanyun used to conquer the world. It was also the sword of Prince Ding for generations to come. This sword had followed successive princes of the kingdom, establishing Prince to gallop through the battlefields unrivaled. No one knew how many people's blood it had drunk. Until 7 years ago, when the previous Prince Ding, Mo Xiuan, died of an illness at the border, this sword also disappeared without a trace. Countless people searched for it openly and secretly, but they could not find a trace of it. This gift was indeed of sufficient weight and sincerity. Leitingfing clapped his hands and said with a smile, "Ever since I found out that the cloud-embracing sword was missing, I don't know how much effort father put into sending people everywhere to search for it. His hard work finally paid off. He found this sword in North D 1 year ago. Just in time for Prince Ding's wedding, I'll return it to you. What do you think of Princess Ding?" Minister Ye's face was a little dignified. He stood up and said to Leitingfing, "I really have to thank you for such a generous gift." It was not an exaggeration to say that the cloud-embracing sword was the national treasure of Dechu State. Minister Yi did not even dare to refuse Leitingfing's gift. Minister Yi could not help but secretly regret that he did not refuse the visit of Prince Ding of Genom of Gojoseon. Leitingfing nodded with satisfaction. He raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "To tell you the truth, when I obtained such a treasure, I also wanted to take it for myself. However, this cloud-embracing sword seemed to have a spirit. I spent countless efforts and still could not pull it out. In the end, although I found a first-class swordsmith to pull out the sword, it was a pity that the sword did not listen to me at all. Even the #1 swordsman of West Hill could not control it. I thought that this cloud-embracing sword might only belong to the king's mansion. Therefore, I wanted to invite Princess Ding to test the sword." Minister Yeet said unhappily, my daughter does not know swordsmanship. Besides, if Prince Ding wants to test the sword, you should find Prince Ding. Leitingfeng looked at Yi Li and said with a smile, is Princess Ding not a member of the king's mansion? It is said that 100 years ago, the first Princess Ding had killed 16 enemies with this sword and saved Prince Ding's life. Since then, it has been passed down as a much-told story. It can be seen that this sword does not need the bloodline of the king's mansion. It can be matched with Prince Ding's partner. What do you think, Princess Ding? Before Yi Li opened her mouth, Mo Jingli snorted and said, Infanta Qin Yun is a peerless woman with both pen and sword. It is not surprising that she can use the cloud-embracing sword. Prince Genom of Gojoseon wants Yi Li to use the cloud-embracing sword. Are you deliberately making things difficult for my Dechu state? Who doesn't know that Yi Li can't even perform a complete set of swordsmanship? Leitingfeng smiled. This prince believes in the judgment of the Ding king's household. Throughout the history of the Ding king's concubines, not a single one of them was not a stunning woman. Mo Jingli mocked. This generation is an exception. Murong Ting said unjustly, Prince Shannan, you want a woman who has never practiced martial arts to perform with a sword that you can't even pull out? Does West Hill like to force people to do things? Is it forcing people to do things? Why don't you ask Princess Ding? Father ordered that this sword must be given to Princess Ding. Is it possible that I can only bring it back to West Hill? This was already a threat. Leitingfeng's meaning was obvious. If the future Princess Ding couldn't pull out the cloud-embracing sword and couldn't control it, then don't blame him for bringing the sword back to West Hill. If that was the case, not to mention Great Chu's face, even its foundation would be lost. Third sister, why don't you try? Maybe you can pull it out. Yi Ying said softly, Prince Shannan of West Hill has given us such a valuable gift. If we don't accept it, won't we be rude to the neighboring country? Minister Yi frowned and glanced at Yi Ying. He was thinking about whether Yi Li's refusal to pull out the sword or her inability to pull it out was more embarrassing. Prince Ding has arrived. An announcement was made outside the door. Mo Xiaoyao appeared at the gate with Ah Jin. Everyone present secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Murong Ting secretly winked at Yi Li. Leitingfeng, who had been sitting in the chair casually, sat up straight the moment Mo Xiaoyao came in. His eyes swept over Mo Xiaoyao's calm and gentle face like a knife. Then he turned his head to look at Yi Li. Yi Li laughed in her heart. This prince was probably evaluating whether the cloud-embracing sword was more important in Mo Xiaoyao's heart or her, his fiancée. Why did Mo Xiaoyao come? Greetings to Prince Ding. I, Leitingfeng, have heard a lot about you. Leitingfeng stood up and smiled. Prince Ding is too polite. I had the honor of seeing Genin King of Gojoseon when I was young. We haven't seen each other for many years. I'm sure Prince's style is still the same. Mo Xiaoyao lightly nodded in return. Leitingfei's eyes twitched. He quickly smiled and said, Father is in good health. He often talks to me about Prince's style in the past. He hopes that I can imitate him. Mo Xiaoyao's expression didn't change. He calmly said, Prince is too kind. Now that I've seen Prince Ding, I know that Genin King of Gojoseon has a successor. Seeing the two men in front of her chatting warmly in this tense atmosphere, Yi Li inexplicably wanted to laugh. She didn't know who it was that said diplomacy was a very feminine activity. After the greetings, Mo Xiaoyao moved his wheelchair to Yi Li's side. He softly said, Li is in a good mood. Yi Li lightly smiled and said, Genin King of Gojoseon sent a very precious gift. It just so happens that Prince is also here. How about we share it? Mo Xiaoyao smiled and nodded. His gaze fell on the embracing cloud sword in the box. His gaze was calm and without any ripples. It was as if there really was an ordinary sword in the box. He turned to Leitingfing and said, "Your Majesty and Prince have troubled you. This sword has been lost for many years. I didn't expect to see it again today." Leitingfing raised his eyebrows and said, "The Embracing Cloud sword is Dechu State's most precious treasure. It should be returned intact. I just don't know if I'll be able to see the glory of this famous sword." Chapter 79. Ah Jean. Ah Jean stepped forward and took the sword from the West Hill Guard's hands. She carefully carried it to Mo Xiuyao. Mo Xiuyao took it with one hand. He raised his head and asked, "What do you think, Miss Li?" Yili lowered her head and reached out to touch the ancient scabbard. She nodded and said, "Although I don't know this, I know it is a good sword." Yili was indeed not familiar with the way of the sword. The only swords she had seen in her previous life were the taiji swords played by grandpas and grandmas in the park. On the modern battlefield, swords were not even used for cold weapons. Instead, short knives, daggers, and anime daggers were more suitable for close combat. Yili slowly grasped the sword hilt. She was not in a hurry to pull it out. If this sword was really as difficult to pull out and control as Leitingfing had described, then the scabbard and the sword blade must have some kind of mechanism. Mo Xiuyao smiled as he covered Yili's hand with his and raised the sword blade with his other hand. Under everyone's gaze, Yili acutely sensed Mo Xiuyao's hand move slightly and then pull it out. A cold light flashed and the sword roared like a dragon. The entire hall seemed to freeze, but it was only for a moment. Yili quickly sensed the majestic fighting spirit and overwhelming killing intent from the sword blade. This was a dangerous aura that only those who had been on the battlefield could sense. Unknowingly, Mo Xiuyao had already let go of her. Yili waved her sword to the side and the ancient painting on the wall not far away cracked. "Good sword." Yili sighed in admiration. She could cut the ancient painting with the sharpness of the sword blade. It was not an exaggeration to say that she could even cut a strand of hair. Holding the sword steadily, Yili calmly looked at Leitingfing, who was staring at her. Before anyone could react, Mo Xiuyao had already taken the cloud-embracing sword from Yili and sheathed it. Leitingfing looked at the ancient painting on the wall that only had half of it left. After a long while, he let out a sigh and said, "It's indeed a good sword." As for whether Yili could control this sword or not, no one cared anymore, because she had already pulled out the incomparably sharp sword in her hand. Third young Mistress Yi did not have the strength to truss a chicken. It was enough for her to be able to hold the sword firmly. If she was forced to practice the sword, even the Crown Prince of Genom of Gojoseon, who came with hostility, would be embarrassed to ask. Facing such a situation, Minister Yi stroked his beautiful beard with satisfaction, and his face was full of smiles. The daughter of the Yi family had helped Dechu State retrieve a long-lost treasure. Moreover, she had brought the cloud-embracing sword as her dowry. What a great honor that would be! Yili sighed in her heart. If this sword was placed in the Yi residence, the roof of the Yi family would be trampled flat. She didn't believe that Leitingfing would just let go of such a precious gift without saying a word, and yet, she couldn't refuse to accept it. "Crown Prince, this sword." Yili smiled faintly as she looked at the somewhat absent-minded Leitingfing in front of her. Leitingfing stared at the woman in front of him, and then looked at Mo Xiuyao sitting next to her. He smiled and said, "This sword is naturally a congratulatory gift for the Crown Princess. This little prince also wishes the two of you 100 years of happiness and a long life together." Mo Xiuyao said, "Then, I accept Crown Prince's auspicious words." Leitingfing stood and said to everyone, "The gift has been delivered. This little prince will leave first. I will come and disturb Prince on the day of the wedding. Take care, I won't send you off." After sending off Genom of Gojosian Crown Prince, Murongting stared at the cloud-embracing sword in Jin's hands. Her eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and she even forgot to pull on Yili's sleeve. Li. Cloud-embracing sword. It's really the cloud-embracing sword. Can I touch it? Yili helplessly looked at her envious expression and turned to look at Mo Xiaoyao. Mo Xiaoyao slightly raised his eyebrows. No matter. Since it's for you, it will naturally belong to Li in the future. Yili looked at him and said, I thought this was the Crown Prince's heirloom. Now it seemed like it wasn't that important. Murongting did not care about this. She cheered and rushed over to snatch the sword from Jin's hands. She held it in her hands and touched it left and right. Mo Xiaoyao nodded. After being passed down for so many years, of course it was an heirloom. If it could be passed down for another 1,000 years, it would not be worse than those heirlooms like Ganjiang and Moxie. Murongting lovingly caressed the sword and said, in fact, it is said that the cloud-embracing sword contains the Crown Prince's military books and treasures. Of course, this is not important. What is important is that this is the sword that every Crown Prince of the Crown Prince has used. To be able to touch it is really a great fortune. My father must be so envious of me. Yili raised her eyebrows. It turned out that chasing after idols was something that existed in every generation. Military books. Treasures. Is this sword really still intact? The West Hill should have taken it apart and examined it from the inside out. Mo Xiaoyao looked at the sword in Murongting's hands and a trace of warmth flashed through his eyes. He said indifferently, they have indeed seen it. The sword itself is not damaged. So. Murongting forgot who the person in front of her was. Her eyes widened as she waited for Mo Xiaoyao to reveal the mystery. Mo Xiaoyao looked at Yili and smiled, so this is a sword. It is good that we can find it. After all, it is an item left behind by our ancestor. If we can't find it, we can just find a master swordsmith to forge another one. Then what about the military books? The treasures? Murongting asked in disappointment. Mo Xiaoyao looked at everyone indifferently. The cloud-embracing sword was forged when our ancestor was 16 years old. It cost all of our ancestors' savings. Where did the treasures and military books come from? Everyone was speechless. The people of the world only remembered that the cloud-embracing sword had followed Mo Lonyun his entire life. It was also the sword that every Crown Prince Ding carried with him. They guessed that there must be some secret behind it. However, they forgot that the cloud-embracing sword was forged by Mo Lonyun when he was young. At that time, Mo Lonyun was only a wild and unruly youth of an aristocratic family. Compared to the Prince Ding who helped his elder brother conquer the world 20 years later, he could not be mentioned in the same breath. Even Minister Yi, a scholar who did not know much about the cloud-embracing sword, could not help but be disappointed. If the cloud-embracing sword was so important, who would carry it with them? How could it be lost so easily? Li, I'm going back first. Can you send a few more people over? Yili nodded. She took the cloud-embracing sword from Murongting's hands and threw it to Jin. You should take the cloud-embracing sword back to the Ding King Palace. It's not convenient to leave it here. She had no interest in letting others step on her roof every day. Mo Xiaoyao nodded. That's good too. Seeing the cloud-embracing sword disappear outside the door, Murongting reluctantly withdrew her gaze. Mo Jingli stared at Yili suspiciously. You really believe that the cloud-embracing sword has no secrets? Yili naturally nodded. If I had military books and treasures, I wouldn't put them in a sword. As a commonly used sword that needed to be carried around, it was very famous and it was not a small sword. It was not a good thing to hide secrets. You vulgar people. That was Prince Ding's relic. Relic awe. Murong-ting resentfully despised the vulgar people in the hall. After Murong-ting despised the group of vulgar people, she held her hand that had touched Prince Ding's relic and admired herself. Minister Yi was in a happy mood as he greatly praised Yili. He could almost foresee what kind of reputation and glory it would bring to the Yi family when the news of Yili marrying the cloud-embracing sword was spread out. As for whether there were treasures or military books in the cloud-embracing sword, that was secondary. Minister Yi still had some self-awareness. Even if there were treasures, he would not have any part in it. In comparison, the reputation that did not need to pay any price at all was more meaningful. Chapter 80. Third sister is really fortunate. Prince Ding rushed over so quickly after hearing the news of Heir Genom of Gojosian's visit. It can be seen that he has deep feelings for third sister. Ying looked at Yili with her watery eyes and said faintly. Yili smiled faintly and said, "Fourth sister and Prince Li are also deeply in love, aren't they?" Ying quickly glanced at Mo Jingli and lowered her head with an aggrieved expression. Seeing this, Minister Yi frowned slightly. Could it be that was really wronged in Prince Li's residence? Thinking of this, Minister Yi casually looked at Mo Jingli and asked Ying warmly, are you used to Prince Li's residence these days? Is doing well. Thank you for your concern, father. Ying lowered her eyes and said softly. Minister Yi was relieved and smiled at Mo Jingli. Has been spoiled since she was young. If she has done anything wrong, Prince, please forgive her. Mo Jingli said, Father-in-law, don't worry. I will take good care of her. That's good. Li will be getting married in a few days. This year our Yi family can be said to have double happiness. Minister Yi smiled with satisfaction. The three people present had different expressions. Yili smiled faintly and nodded, father is right. May 20th Li was pulled up early before dawn. Although she always went to bed early and woke up early, looking at the dark night outside, Yili still felt a little helpless. The time to escort the bride was a little before noon, but she had to get up in the middle of the night to be manipulated. After taking a fragrant petal bath with the help of the maidservants, second aunt, first Madame of Du Quo's residence, Qin Zhang's mother, Madame Qin, and Aunt Yi who helped Yili prepare the dowry were already waiting in Qin Yi Pavilion with Murong Ting, Hua Tianxiang, Qin Zheng, and Qin Yuling. Hua Tianxiang walked in with a smile on her face holding a phoenix brocade wedding dress. The glittering phoenix brocade made her delicate face even more beautiful. Congratulations. Looking at Yili with a smile, Hua Tianxiang smiled silently. Yili smiled faintly and raised her hand like a puppet, allowing the few people to help her put on the wedding dress. Under the candlelight, the noble phoenix flowed with the light, faintly discernible among the delicate peonies. Against the bright red wedding dress, Yili's beautiful face, which was usually a little pale, had a little more joy. So beautiful, worthy of the phoenix brocade. Murmuring softly, everyone was a little stunned. Madame Hua looked at Madame Su, who was looking at Yili with a gratified smile, and had a deeper understanding of third Miss Ye's position in the Su family. Patting her daughter who was in a daze, she said with a smile, well, stand aside if you want to admire. Don't disturb us. Without any explanation, she pulled Yili to sit in front of the bronze mirror and discussed what hairstyle to use with Madame Su and Madame Qin. Yili looked at the mirror speechlessly and let them do whatever they wanted. At the same time, she enjoyed the way Murong Ting pulled a few girls to the side and winked at her. By the time the madams, each with their own opinions, finally finished discussing the issue of hairstyles, the sky outside had already turned a little white. Yili couldn't help but look at the sky in her heart. She finally understood why they had to start preparing so early. If they started preparing at dawn, it was estimated that they wouldn't be ready by the time the bridegroom came. After tidying up the hair, a few maids had cleverly brought several sets of head ornaments and jewelry that had been prepared before. Madame Hua wasn't in a hurry to put the hairpin on Yili's head. She smiled and instructed the maidservant, "Quickly go and get some food for your young miss to fill her stomach. After the makeup is done, she won't be able to eat anything today." Qing Shuang made a face and smiled as she pulled Qing Yu to prepare the food. The madams also went outside to rest for a while. As soon as the adults left, the rest of the children immediately surrounded Yili. "How is it, Yili? Are you nervous?" Murong Ting leaned on the table and asked curiously with her chin in her hand. Yili pursed her lips and smiled. "You don't know if I'm nervous or not. In the future, I'll see if you're nervous or not." Murong Ting's face turned red. She gritted her teeth and said, "I won't be nervous." Hua Tianxiang looked at her with a smile. "You're stuttering. How dare you say you're not nervous? You're definitely more nervous than Yili." "Ah, the next one is Zheng Er. Zheng Er needs to be prepared." Qin Jing glared at Hua Tianxiang angrily. She whispered with a red face, "Why are you talking about me?" Qin Zhang's shy appearance made Yili reach out and pinch her little face. She smiled and said, "What Tianxiang said makes sense, future cousin-in-law. You, Li Er, you're getting married today. Why are you? Qin Zhang looked helplessly at her good sisters who were laughing together and Qin Yuling who was hiding on the side and laughing secretly. The person who should be shy didn't express anything. Instead, she, who had nothing to do with it, was shy and embarrassed. Hua Tianxiang wiped her tears and said with a smile, "Good Zheng Er, don't be angry. She's a strange person. Don't expect her to be shy." Looking back at Yili, Hua Tianxiang nodded with satisfaction and said, "Our Li Er is really a great beauty." Yili only felt black lines on her forehead. "You're not trying to say that clothes make the person, are you? How can that be? It's just that you usually don't pay attention to your appearance. Look at you now. Even without jewelry or decorations, you're still shining." Hee hee. Prince Ding will definitely be stunned. Yili shrugged and didn't say anything. If Mo Xiuyao didn't like a beauty like noble consort Lu, it was hard to imagine what kind of beauty he would be stunned by. Qing Shuang and the others brought in some light breakfast. After eating and resting for a while, the madams came in again to choose accessories and makeup. Because they couldn't try on the wedding dress and couldn't have a second one, even the accessories, hairstyle, and makeup could only be decided according to the effect of the wedding dress after putting on the dress. So, they prepared 3 sets of jewelry in advance. In the end, the madams unanimously chose a set of golden silk peonies with tassels inlaid with rubies and a few jeweled gold hairpins. Then they drew their eyebrows and put on some light rouge. Madame Qin ingeniously drew a small half-open peony between her eyebrows. Yili was a bit lost in thought as she looked at the beautiful woman in the bronze mirror. For a moment, she almost didn't recognize herself. Her beautiful black hair was tied into an elegant bun. The tassels inlaid with gemstones swayed gently under the candlelight, adding a charm to the dignified and noble red wedding dress. Yili smiled faintly in her heart. She had never thought that the words charming and delicate would be related to her. So beautiful. Li Er, you're also stunned, aren't you? Hua Tianxiang teased. Yili glared at her. Madame Hua had already pushed the girls out with a smile. "All right, everyone go out first. Let the bride rest for a while, the bridegroom should be here soon." The crowd once again congratulated Yili before leaving happily. Only Madame Su was left behind. When Madame Su handed her a thin booklet with a smile on her face and instructed her to read it carefully, Yili could only stare at the booklet in front of her in a daze. She didn't need to think to know what was inside. After thinking about it, Yili stood up and put the booklet in a box that she didn't use much. Chapter 81. King Ding's mansion was obviously much more reliable than King Li's mansion. Qing Yishuan was bustling with noise and excitement when it was only 8:45. Madame Hua and Madame Qin personally covered Yi Li's head with a phoenix brocade veil and helped her to pay her respects to old Madame Yi, Minister Yi, and Madame Su's memorial tablets. In this wedding, the most eye-catching thing was naturally the groom, who was originally expected to appear, but absolutely unexpected. A long time ago, many people had secretly guessed who the king's mansion would invite to escort the bride, but no one thought that Prince Ding would come in person. The road from the gate of Ye's mansion to King Ding's mansion was already full of people in the capital who came to watch the fun. Seeing Prince Ding, who was dressed in red, appearing in front of everyone, the commoners couldn't help but recall the young man dressed in embroidered clothes who had galloped on his horse and brandished his whip. They sighed in their hearts. Similarly, the extravagance of Ye's mansion was also extraordinary. Originally, Yi Rong, the only son of the Yi family, should send his sister out, but it was completely different from when Yi Ying got married. Outside the gate of Ye's mansion, 6 handsome and extraordinary men with different characteristics appeared. The leaders were naturally Su Qingchen and Su Qingze, followed by Su Qingfeng and Su Qingbai, and finally Su Qingyan and Yi Rong. The young masters of the Su family were either gentle and elegant, cold and dignified, valiant, or handsome. Even the youngest, Su Qingyan, was smart and candid. Yi Rong was immediately ignored by everyone. She could only follow Su Qingyan silently. The bride walked out of the gate with the help of Hua Tianxiang and Qin Jing. The phoenix brocade wedding dress shone brightly in the sun and attracted people's amazement again. This day was undoubtedly the busiest day in the capital. It was unknown whether it was because of the status of King Ding's mansion or because the guests who came to attend this wedding were too special. Even the emperor brought the empress and empress dowager to attend the wedding in person. They attended the wedding instead of presiding over the wedding, because the one presiding over the wedding this time was Great Elder Princess Shifu, who even the emperor had to respectfully address as Great Elder Princess. King Ding's mansion, which had not had any guests for 7 or 8 years, was full of guests. Great Elder Princess sat high on the throne and chatted with the guests who came to congratulate her. Mo Jingqi and the Empress sat beside Great Elder Princess and talked with her. Although Great Elder Princess had not been involved in worldly affairs for more than 20 years, her dignity as the iron-fisted princess, who was respected by the former emperor, was still not to be trifled with. Your Majesty, Great Elder Princess, the auspicious time has arrived. The chief steward of the Wang mansion came in to report, and all the guests in the hall fell silent. Mo Jingqi looked at the gray-haired Great Elder Princess who was still in high spirits and said with a smile, "In that case, salute me. Imperial Grandaunt." Shifu Great Elder Princess nodded. She stood up and said to everyone, "Your Majesty, Empress Dowager, and all the guests, please come with I to watch the ceremony." The auditorium located in the main hall of the prince's mansion had already been properly decorated. Red candles burned high, creating a joyous atmosphere. Great Elder Princess sat high on the main seat, with the Emperor and Empress Dowager sitting on her left and right sides. The rest of the guests were seated according to their respective statuses. Under everyone's gaze, Mo Xiaoyao and Yili walked into the auditorium surrounded by bridesmaids. They were supposed to be a match made in heaven, but the groom could only sit in a wheelchair, which made many people feel sorry. At the same time, there were even more people who were sighing. If Prince Ding was not in his current state, he would have already married a talented and beautiful woman as his wife. Why would he only marry an unknown daughter from the minister's residence? Prince Ding's legs are inconvenient. Don't you lack sincerity by saluting like this? A joking voice suddenly sounded in the hall, as if a basin of ice water was suddenly poured into a blazing fire. The whole wedding hall suddenly fell silent. Everyone looked at the source of the voice in surprise. Sitting there were the envoys of various countries who came to watch the ceremony. Among them, a strong young man was staring at Imo Xiaoyao with a complacent face. Obviously, the words just now came from his mouth. He clearly did not feel that he was rude. When he saw everyone's gaze converging on him, he became even more presumptuous. That is the 11th prince of the northern tribes. I heard that he is an idiot. Why would the king of the northern tribes send him to the Chu state? Yili stood quietly beside Imo Xiaoyao, hearing the guests' whispers. Have you forgotten that the northern tribes and King Ding's manor can be said to have a deep hatred as deep as the sea? Even though they have reconciled with our great Chu these few years, I'm afraid that they still hold a grudge over the past and purposely sent this idiot here to embarrass King Ding. How can the emperor allow such a person to attend the ceremony? He is the envoy of a country. He came from so far away, how can we not let him attend the ceremony? Amidst the discussions, Mo Jingqi looked down and said to the prince of the northern tribes in a clear voice, 11th prince, our Dechu state's wedding does not have a kneeling ceremony, so there is nothing inconvenient for Prince Ding. However, the prince of the northern tribes clearly did not intend to name the emperor of Dechu state. He furrowed his thick brows and said unhappily in a loud voice, I have heard of the reputation of the Dechu state's Prince Ding when I was in the northern tribes. Who would have thought that I would see a cripple in a wheelchair today? Is the Dechu state's emperor trying to fool us? When these words came out, not only Mo Jingqi, but all the officials of the Dechu state present changed their expressions. Sitting beside the prince of the northern tribes, Lei Dingfeng, the crown prince of Shiling Genom of Gojoseon, coughed lightly and said with a smile, 11th prince, this is indeed the Dechu state's Prince Ding. However, Prince Ding met with an accident 7 years ago. Today, we are here to attend the ceremony, not to make a scene. Come, let this prince toast you. The northern tribes were barbarians, and this 11th prince was considered a hooligan among them. How could he give up just because Lei Dingfeng urged him to drink? He glanced at Imo Xiaoyao and chuckled. I remember now. Prince Ding's injury seems to have been caused by our northern tribe's winged cavalry general. In the past, I always heard the winged cavalry general lamenting to I that he was so close to being captured. Enough. Princess Shifu was so angry that her face had turned black. She no longer cared that the prince of the northern tribes was an envoy from another country. She said coldly, if the prince of the northern tribes is here to attend the ceremony, then sit quietly. If not, get out. The prince of the northern tribes was stunned. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something to great elder princess. But he was quickly pressed back by the two people beside him. Although the prince of the northern tribes was displeased, he didn't say anything in the end. Others saw great elder princess's angry face and didn't dare to say anything. Mo Jingqi coughed softly and said, Princess, it's time to salute. Princess Shifu's eyes darkened and she nodded to the official who was in charge of the ceremony. First, bow to heaven and earth. Second, bow to your parents. Husband and wife, bow to each other. Under the red bridal veil, Yili slightly turned her eyes and saw the person beside her holding the red silk tightly. She could only sigh in her heart. In fact, since she knew Mo Xiaoyao until now, she always felt that Mo Xiaoyao was too perfect to be real. As a person who was crippled, disfigured, and said to be in poor health, his performance was too perfect. He didn't feel inferior, nor did he feel sorry for himself, nor did he give up on himself. No matter when he stood up, even if he was sitting in a wheelchair, he seemed to be taller than anyone else. Thinking back to the rumor about the fiery young man, Mo Xiaoyao was even more illusory and ethereal. What kind of painful tempering did he have to go through from being as fiery as fire to being as gentle as jade? Until now, Yili really felt a trace of Mo Xiaoyao's emotions, anger and murderous intent. Chapter 82. Yili smiled bitterly. It was her wedding, but she could feel her husband's negative emotions in the hall. Even if it wasn't directed at her, it still made her feel a little depressed. The ceremony is complete. Send them to the bridal chamber. In the festive red bridal chamber, the dragon and phoenix candles burned quietly. Yili sat quietly on the new bed that was embroidered with dragons and phoenixes, speechless. She knew that Emo Xiuyao was sitting not far from the bed and looking at her, but he didn't seem to have any intention of coming forward. Can I take this off? She couldn't wait for the groom to do it, so she could only ask herself. After a while, Emo Xiuyao slowly walked forward. His eyes lit up as the veil on her head was removed. The two of them were stunned when they saw each other. Yili was used to Emo Xiuyao's plain clothes, so she wasn't used to seeing him in a bright red robe. But this man didn't seem to be ugly no matter what color he wore. Emo Xiuyao was only dazed for a moment. A trace of surprise flashed through his calm eyes, but it immediately disappeared without a trace. The two of them looked at each other in silence for a moment, feeling a little restrained. Yili leaned forward and pulled Emo Xiuyao's left hand. Emo Xiuyao was stunned and immediately wanted to pull back his clenched fist. Let go. Yili said lightly. His fingers gradually loosened. His broad hand didn't look like a pampered noble's. There were many calluses and scars on it, but it didn't look hideous. Yili remembered that one of her childhood friends had once told her what a man's hand should look like. There should be some calluses, which meant that this man wasn't someone who didn't do any household chores. There might even be one or two unsightly scars, which meant that this man wasn't someone who was raised in a boudoir. It would be best if it looked good. Only this kind of hand could make a woman feel safe and pleasing to the eye. At this moment, the palm of his hand was stained with a shocking scarlet. For deep wounds were still slowly bleeding, but the man opposite her seemed to feel no pain at all. He opened his hand and allowed her to see. Yili lowered her head to look at his scarred palm. She reached out a finger and gently touched it. Then, she pressed down hard. She raised her head and looked at the man whose expression did not change at all. Doesn't it hurt? Emo Xiuyao smiled faintly. He looked at Yili with a warm gaze. What kind of pain is this? I've been through worse. Yili agreed. For someone who had been on the battlefield, this kind of injury was nothing. She stood up and walked to the side, rummaging through her dowry to find a familiar small box and carried it back. She sat by the bed and opened the box. She took out clean white cotton gauze and medicine and applied it on him. Even if you're angry, you don't have to hurt yourself, right? I thought you were used to it. Emo Xiuyao smiled bitterly. You saw it. I'm not used to it yet. He also thought that he was used to it. In reality, he had used 7 whole years to get used to it. He was used to not being able to ride a horse and gallop on the battlefield. He was used to having to wear a mask in front of others. Otherwise, the scars on his face would attract fearful, unsympathetic gazes. He was used to being seriously ill from time to time. His life in the past was like a dream. He always thought that he was used to it well. But today, standing in the hall and listening to the prince of the northern tribes humiliate him, he realized that he was still far from it. So today, not only did he humiliate himself, he also humiliated his new wife, even though his wife did not blame him. Yili clearly saw the guilt in the man's eyes and couldn't help but smile faintly. I thought you knew that we would accept this marriage and I had already made preparations. Emo Xiuyao asked, you knew that this would happen? Yili shook her head and smiled. Even if this didn't happen, there would be other situations. Do you think I can expect to live a peaceful and happy life after getting married? Even a normal family would have its own problems, let alone a noble family like this. Emo Xiuyao looked at her quietly. After a long time, he said softly, maybe I can't guarantee that you will live a carefree life. But as long as it's me, I will do my best to give you the life you want. Yili raised her eyebrows. I believe you. After applying the medicine, Yili put it away and smiled. You've been tired. You should rest early. Mo Xiaoyao looked at Yili and said. Yili was stunned, but soon smiled again. Okay, you should also rest early. Mo Xiaoyao nodded and asked Jin to push him away. He thoughtfully asked Qing Shuang and others who were waiting outside to serve him. When Qing Shuang and others came in, Yili had taken off her jewelry and put it in the jewelry box on the dressing table. Qing Shuang frowned and said with some dissatisfaction, Miss, why did Prince leave? Princess Sifu Great Elder Princess said on the spot that Prince Ding was not allowed to disturb the bridal chamber and did not need Prince Ding to drink with the guests. So now Prince Ding should be in the bridal chamber with Mississippi. Why did he come and leave? Yili looked back and said with a smile, this is the Prince Ding mansion. Are you afraid that he has no place to rest? Qing Wan and Qing Yu prepared warm water and asked Yili to take a bath. Their expressions were not very good. Yili did not have time to care about whether the maid's expressions were good or not. In fact, in her opinion, Mo Xiaoyao's decision was too considerate. Although she did not intend to be his wife in name for the rest of her life, she was really worried about whether she could adapt to do something with a man she was not familiar with and had only met a few times. At this point, she felt that she should admire the adaptability of ancient women. Usually, she could not even hold hands with a man. When it came to marriage, she had to roll in the sheets with a man she had never met. Taking off the heavy jewelry and gorgeous wedding dress, Yili relaxed her body with satisfaction and prepared to take a bath and rest. Until she lay on the soft and comfortable bed and fell asleep, there was still a faint smile on her lips. Mother, grandfather, father, mother, and a large group of cousins, I married myself, somewhere in the study room of the Ding King mansion. Mo Xiaoyao, who had already changed into plain clothes, sat behind the desk with a rarely seen gloomy and cold expression. Feng Zhiyao, who was dressed in red, lazily leaned against the door and said with a smile, why are you showing such an expression on the day of your wedding? Aren't you afraid of scaring sister-in-law? In the corner of the room sat a hedonistic youth. He looked at him with a smile and said, in my opinion, sister-in-law's courage is much bigger than what we imagined. Feng Zhiyao thought for a while and nodded in agreement, that's right. I really haven't seen many women with the guts of third Miss Yi. Have you said enough? Mo Xiaoyao raised his head and looked coldly at the two people who were not serious. Feng Zhiyao shrugged his shoulders and said, tonight, that idiot is the 11th prince of the northern tribes, Yelu Ping. He is the son of the king of the northern tribe's most beloved concubine Xiao and the younger brother of the 7th prince of the northern tribes, Yelu Yi. He is also the nephew of the northern tribe's winged cavalry great general, Helianjin. You can't have forgotten what you did to Helianjin 7 years ago, right? Helianjin's surname is Helian and concubine Zhao's surname is Xiao. How can Yelu Ping be Helianjin's nephew? The hedonistic youth asked in confusion. Chapter 83. The relationship between the northern tribes is so messy that it gives people a headache. Who knows how they got involved? Feng Zhiyao said unhappily, Leng Haoyu, shouldn't this be your problem? The young man was the second son of the northern general, Leng Haoyu, who was said to be the most disappointing person in the capital. I received news from the northern tribes that Yelu Yi is Helianjin's illegitimate son. Can this kind of news that has already spread to Dechu State be trusted? Feng Zhiyao rolled his eyes and looked back at Mo Xiaoyao. 7 years ago, your eldest brother suddenly died of illness. Originally, Helianjin could have taken the opportunity to establish unparalleled achievements and even sweep through Dechu State. In the end, because you killed your way out of Ghost Sorrow Valley, a fire almost burned half of Helianjin's life. Not only did Helianjin lose soldiers, but the northern tribes also didn't dare to send troops for 3 whole years. By the time they recover, our great Chu will have recovered as well. From then on, Helianjin fell out of favor with the king of the northern tribes. This also caused Yilu Yi and concubine Zhao's influence in the northern tribes to be greatly reduced. It's already good that they didn't directly rush to the Chu state to fight with you. Mo Xiaoyao said indifferently. In other words, Yilu Ping was sent by Yilu Yi to embarrass I. Feng Zhiyao rubbed his chin and said, everyone knows that Yilu Ping is a hooligan. He offended you and you were too embarrassed to argue with him. Isn't the result obvious? Mo Xiaoyao sneered. Today, they are still considered polite. Only Yilu Ping jumped out to cause trouble. The others are also impatient, right? Feng Zhiyao knocked his forehead and thought for a while. Who knew that our emperor would bring the empress and empress dowager to Ding King's estate? It's not good to be too rude in front of his majesty, right? Since a fool has already stepped out, those who claim to be smart naturally won't speak anymore. However, the envoys from each country will stay in the capital for half a month. As for sister-in-law, don't disturb her. Mo Xiaoyao said calmly. Feng Zhiyao and Leng Haoyu looked at each other. Leng Haoyu blinked his peach blossom eyes and asked, Prince, don't tell us that the new princess you married is planning to hide her in the Prince Ding mansion and not let anyone see her. Could it be that the third miss of the Yi family was so charming that His Highness Prince Ding fell in love with her at first sight and wanted to carefully hide and protect her when they met again? Mo Xiaoyao said, Miss Li doesn't like to socialize with the rich and powerful. If there's nothing important, don't bother her. Feng Zhiyao tapped the folding fan in his hand and frowned. Ah Yao, even if an ordinary family marries a wife, they have to take charge of the inner court and make connections. Moreover, she was the mistress of the Ding Palace. If she was a lady from a respectable family without any ability, then so be it. However, third young Mistress Yi was not a weak and incompetent woman. If she can help you, it will naturally be twice the result with half the effort. You will also be able to relax a lot. Feng San is right. Ting praises third young Mistress Yi a lot. Leng Haoyu agreed. Mo Xiaoyao frowned and said, we'll talk about this later. Feng Zhiyao raised his eyebrows slightly. It was unknown what he thought of, but he suddenly smiled and said, all right, since you've already decided, we won't bother about this matter. What does the emperor mean by personally bringing the Empress Dowager over today? Is he still guarding against you? Mo Xiaoyao said, when did he not guard against me? Now, the cloud-embracing sword has returned to the Ding Palace. In the past few days, there have been at least a dozen groups of people trying to break into the Ding Palace. At least 3 of them came from the palace. Leng Haoyu's eyes lit up. Are they His Majesty's people? Mo Xiaoyao shook his head. I'm not sure, but there are definitely some of his people. Feng Zhiyao looked at Leng Haoyu with a smile and said, Leng go back and keep an eye on your family's cold-faced general. If His Majesty keeps failing to break into the palace, he will most likely send you over. Who told him to be His Majesty's most trusted aide who grew up with him since he was young? Leng Haoyu curled his lips and said, don't worry. No matter who comes, they won't be able to bring a single strand of hair out of this palace. Thinking of his cold-faced big brother, Leng Haoyu, he was filled with displeasure. He was a self-righteous fool who only knew how to follow the emperor. But every time Ting saw him, she would have an expression of admiration. When she saw him, it was as if she was looking at trash. He was really unhappy. That guy better come and break into the palace. If he was caught and beaten up, Ting would know who was the heroic and extraordinary one, and who was the hedonistic fool. Prince, someone broke into the palace. The heavy stone door opened a crack and Jean quickly rushed in. Mo Xiaoyao's eyes turned cold. Where did they go? Wang Fei's courtyard. Pa! Don't let a single one go. Since today's wedding is not suitable to see blood, then we'll entertain them tomorrow. Early in the morning, Yili leisurely sat in front of the bronze mirror. Qing Shuang and Qing Xia helped her take care of her hair. Qing Shuang deftly tied her black hair into a lily bun. Qing Xia held out a jewelry box filled with jewels for Yili to choose. Yili helplessly looked left and right in front of the bronze mirror. She frowned and looked at Qing Shuang. Can't you have a simpler one? Qing Shuang snickered. Young miss, you should be content. A newly married woman should dress up well. Qing Shuang has already chosen the simplest hairstyle. If it was the hairstyle popular among the noble ladies in the capital, you wouldn't be able to stand it. In the past, those hairstyles were for young ladies. Now that you're married, you can't use them anymore. Let's use the set of jewelry that Prince gave young miss before. Young miss hasn't used it yet. Yili nodded. She did like that set of green magnolia jewelry very much. It didn't look too ostentatious. Qing Xia pressed her lips together with a smile. She took Yili's jewelry and helped Yili put it on. She nodded and praised. Qing Shuang understands young miss the best. What young miss? Lin Mama and Wei Mama came in. Lin Mama glared at the servant girls and said, "From now on, you have to call her Wang Fei. Don't let the people in this fu think that the Wang Fei servants don't know the rules." "Yes, Mama." The 4 maidservants greet the princess. The 4 maidservants stood in a row and respectfully bowed to Yili. Wei Mama's heart ached for Yili as she asked in a soft voice. The 2 Mama naturally knew that Prince hadn't rested in the bridal chamber last night. Wei Mama couldn't help but feel sorry for the young miss that she had taken care of since she was young. Yili smiled and comforted the 2 Mama. The 2 Mama saw that Yili's face didn't have any expression of being wronged and dropped the matter. They thought that young miss had just arrived at the Ding King's fu and was not used to it yet. Prince was considerate, so he gave young miss some time to adapt. But they still hinted to Yili that it was best for her to become a real husband and wife with Prince as soon as possible. After all, they were people who would spend a lifetime together. Yili's mouth couldn't help but twitch. In the end, she didn't say anything and let them misunderstand. "Prince is here." Mo Xiaoyao appeared outside the door and asked softly, "Yili, may I come in?" Yili responded. Mo Xiaoyao then left a Jing outside the door and slid his wheelchair in. Looking at Yili, he asked, "Yili, did you sleep well last night?" Yili nodded with a smile, "Very well. Your complexion doesn't look too good." When Mo Xiaoyao came in, Lin Mama led the servant girls out. Yili regained her senses and found that there was no one to serve tea. She could only helplessly smile at Mo Xiaoyao as she walked to the table and sat down. Mo Xiaoyao's eyes did indeed have some tiredness as he waved his hand. "Last night I sent some guests to rest a little late. It's not a problem." Chapter 84. Should we greet Great Elder Princess first? And eldest sister-in-law. Mo Xiaoyao was the only direct descendant in Prince Ding's mansion, but there were other people. The late Prince Ding, who was also Mo Xiaoyao's elder brother, Mo Xiaowen's first wife, was still alive. However, it was said that she had been staying in the temple all year round for her husband's sake. She didn't even appear at the wedding yesterday. One of the concubines of Mo Xiaoyao's father, Mo Lufang, was also alive. In addition, Yili didn't ask how many concubines Mo Xiaoyao had. Mo Xiaoyao shook his head and said, "Let's have breakfast first. Great Elder Princess is old and tired yesterday, so she won't get up so early." As for eldest sister-in-law, Mo Xiaoyao frowned slightly and said, "Since eldest brother passed away, eldest sister-in-law has been living in the Buddha Hall with several concubines. Even I rarely see her. A few days ago, she sent someone to tell you that you can visit her when you come back. Yili nodded. She had heard about the former Princess Ding from her third brother. She was also a pitiful person. Princess Wen wasn't born in a rich and powerful family, but in an ordinary scholarly family. She married Mo Xiuwen when she was 16 and lost her husband when she was 18. Mo Xiuwen was away on an expedition when they just got married, so they didn't even have a child. Then, what do I need to do? Yili asked. Mo Xiuyao looked at her and said with a faint smile, besides managing the affairs in the mansion, you also need to keep some accounts. You can do whatever you like at other times. If you feel bored, you can invite your friends to visit the mansion or go out for a walk. Li, this will be your home in the future, so you don't have to be so restrained. Yili nodded and said, I know, but I'm not used to it. So now, let's have breakfast first. Then I'll bring you to meet the people in the mansion. Breakfast was served in Yili's courtyard. The breakfast served in the Prince Ding mansion was also to Yili's liking. After breakfast, the head steward came in to report, Prince, the stewards are all here. I await the summons of the prince and princess consort. Mo Xiuyao nodded and turned around to say to Yili, this is the butler of the Prince Ding mansion, Mo Axin. He's also Ah Jin's uncle. If you need anything in the future, just tell him directly. The steward also stepped forward and bowed, this old servant greets the princess. Yili smiled faintly and said, you don't have to be so courteous. I'll have to trouble you in the future. It could be seen that Mo Xiuyao valued this steward a lot, and he was also Ah Jin's uncle. Ah Jin was always by Mo Xiuyao's side, and could definitely be considered a trusted aide. Receiving such courteous treatment from the princess, Steward Mo wasn't shocked, but he wasn't arrogant. He still respectfully returned the greeting, this old servant doesn't dare. If the princess has any orders in the future, just tell this old servant. When the procession came to the flower hall, there were already many people standing there. Seeing Yili and Mo Xiuyao come in, they instantly stood up and bowed in unison, greetings to the prince, greetings to the princess. Mo Xiuyao pulled Yili into the flower hall. He pointed at the main seat for her to sit before turning back to say, rise. This is the newly married princess. In the future, princess consort's words are I's thoughts. Does everyone understand? We will follow princess consort's orders. Very good. Li, this is Sun Mama. She's the steward of the Wang Fu. She's in charge of all matters in the Fu. If you have anything you don't understand, you can ask her. The Mama standing at the very front was Sun Mama, who had come to the Yi Fu to deliver gifts. She was also the first person that Mo Xiuyao had introduced to Yili, thinking, Mo Xiuyao added, Sun Mama used to be one of Mufei's people. This old servant greets princess consort. Sun Mama greets princess consort. Yili nodded. This is the external steward of the Wang Fu, Yangling. He's in charge of all external interactions. Standing next to Sun Mama was a middle-aged man in his 40s. His eyes were slightly bright. One could see that he was a very scheming person. Yangling greets princess consort. Yili frowned slightly. She didn't have any opinion on how other people addressed themselves. But it was often possible to see a person's attitude towards you from how they addressed themselves. This external steward clearly didn't have as much respect for Yili as Steward Mo and Sun Mama did for Yili. Steward Yang doesn't need to be so courteous. Then Mo Xiuyao introduced to Yili several stewards who were in charge of the various businesses in the Wang Fu, as well as several more important stewards. Yili also had people send greeting gifts for these stewards and rewards for the servants in the Fu. Sun Mama and Steward Mo's admiration for this new princess consort grew stronger. Although the Yi family wasn't very proper, it was clear that the new princess consort had inherited Madame Ye's excellent bloodline. She knew when to advance and when to retreat. Even the gifts given to the stewards and the rewards given to the servants were carefully arranged and very appropriate. Prince, Princess Consort. Jean appeared at the door. Looking at the people in the flower pavilion, he hesitated before speaking. Jean, what is it? Mo Xiaoyao asked. Jean held a long box in his hands and said, someone just sent this over, saying it's a wedding gift for Princess Consort. Yili raised an eyebrow. Where is the person? Gone. The two exchanged a look. Mo Xiaoyao then said to Jean, bring it over. Mo Xiaoyao took it in his hands and looked. When he opened the box, there was only a scroll painting inside. Seeing that there was no problem, he handed it to Yili. Yili lowered her head to unfold the painting and couldn't help but gasp in surprise. This was a painting of a beautiful woman. Those who had never seen the painting would find it hard to imagine that there was such a beauty in the world. Her willowy eyebrows were dark without any makeup, her cherry lips were vermilion without any painting. Her exquisite and refined features were described with any compliments that made people feel like they had tarnished her. Even in the painting, one could still feel the clear water in the eyes of the young girl in the painting. The young girl in the painting was dressed in plain clothing, her hands holding a zither as she smiled amidst the flowers. Even the flowers seemed to lose their color. Bright as the sun rising at dawn, as bright as the lotus blooming, such a great beauty. Yili sighed softly. Her gaze moved to the side of the painting. On it was written, Beauty of the Chu capital. The inscription was Han Mingyue. Mo Xiaoyao also stilled. Looking at the beautiful woman in the painting, his eyes moved slightly. He quickly turned his gaze to Yili. Yili was silent for a moment. She raised her head and smiled at Mo Xiaoyao. Han Mingyue's beauty is said to be worth thousands of gold. But to send such a painting to me on the second day of the wedding, I feel ashamed. Mo Xiaoyao smiled faintly. He looked at her and said, You are very good. Yili looked at the woman in the painting one last time. She rolled up the painting and said with some difficulty, This? Although the painting was very beautiful and very valuable, keeping it by her side was not a good idea. Even if she wasn't jealous, she didn't feel that she should keep the painting of her husband's ex-fiancé. Mo Xiaoyao said, It's for you. Yili can deal with it herself. Yili raised her eyebrows. Did he think that she would force him to deal with the painting of his ex-fiancé? She only wanted to ask him if he wanted it. If he wanted it, she would give it to him. I don't have much interest in painting. Moreover, looking at a woman who is prettier than me every day is a blow to me. Mo Xiaoyao thought for a moment. He said to Nurse Sun, Change the box and bring this painting to old Sue's residence. Chapter 85. Nanny Sun said respectfully, Yes, Your Highness. She stepped forward to take over the painting in Yili's hand and turned around to hand it to the maid beside her to prepare. Mo Xiaoyao tilted his head and said to Yili with a smile, Let's go. Great Elder Princess should get up. Yili nodded, got up and held Mo Xiaoyao's hand to leave with him. She didn't see the gratified look on Nanny Sun's and Director Mo's faces behind her. Who do you think sent that painting to her? Yili asked curiously as they walked to the courtyard where Great Elder Princess lived temporarily. Mo Xiaoyao shook his head and said, That painting was originally kept in the mansion. I wanted to give it to Elder Su. But there were too many things to deal with at that time. When I came back, I didn't know where it was. Yili said with a smile, Han Mingyue's painting is priceless. Didn't you send someone to look for it? What's more, it's a real beauty. No wonder Han Mingyue dared to paint Chu Jing as a beauty. Mo Xiaoyao looked up at her and said after thinking for a moment, If you must paint, my painting is not worse than Han Mingyue's. Or I can paint one for you when I'm free. Yili was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but smile. Okay, thank you very much. Great Elder Princess had got up. As soon as they reached the door, the maid beside Great Elder Princess invited them in. Great Elder Princess was sitting on the couch and drinking tea. When she saw them come in, she immediately smiled and waved to Mo Xiaoyao, "Xiaoyao, come here and let me have a look at you." And Xiaoyao's wife, come here, come here." Mo Xiaoyao took Yili forward and saluted. Imperial Aunt. Great Elder Princess pulled Yili to sit beside her. After looking at her carefully, she nodded with satisfaction and said, "Good, good, good. You are a good daughter-in-law of King Ding's mansion. I like you very much. The Emperor finally did a good thing this time. Xiaoyao should live a good life with Li Er. I won't teach you a lesson if you dare to mess around and make Li Er angry." Mo Xiaoyao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said with a wry smile, "Imperial Aunt." Yili gloated at his rare embarrassment. She covered her mouth and snickered. Great Elder Princess held Yili's hand affectionately and said, "Li, you don't know how naughty he was when he was a child. If he wasn't obedient for a day, he would go up the roof and tear down the tiles. His Lord Father was so angry that he almost fainted. She had become much more mature in the past few years. She had grown up and become more sensible. You two have a good life together. If you have any grievances, feel free to look for I. I will help you." Great Elder Princess was surprisingly easy to get along with. Perhaps because she was old and liked children, Great Elder Princess didn't look like the legendary iron-fisted princess at all. Instead, she was more like an amiable grandmother than Madame Dowager of the Yi family. Yili smiled and said, "Thank you, Imperial Aunt. Xiaoyao won't bully me." Hearing Yili's address, Great Elder Princess's eyes lit up and she was obviously happier. She held Yili's hand and talked about Mo Xiaoyao's embarrassing childhood. Mo Xiaoyao sat there with the corners of his mouth twitching, which was rare. He didn't know whether to stop her or leave. He could only sit there and listen to Great Elder Princess talking about his childhood and accept Yili's strange and teasing gaze. Great Elder Princess obviously didn't care about Mo Xiaoyao's feelings or Yili's feelings. She even directly talked about Mo Xiaoyao's childhood sweetheart, Su Yudi. Yili felt a little embarrassed, but seeing that Mo Xiaoyao didn't mean to stop Great Elder Princess, she had to listen for the time being. Great Elder Princess didn't seem to see the expressions of the two young people in front of her. She held Yili's hand and said to Mo Xiaoyao with a smile, "I have said that the girl of the Su family is not suitable for you. Now look at Li Er. You have to admit that I have a better taste than you. Don't you think so?" Imperial Aunt. Mo Xiaoyao smiled bitterly, "Imperial Aunt, I have to take Lili to pay respects to my father and mother. Do you have time to talk to Lili in private?" Great Elder Princess lowered her head and thought for a while. Finally, she said, "You're right. Go and pour tea for your father and mother first. It's the right thing to write Li Er into the genealogy. I will go back in a while. Li Er, don't forget to come and see I later." Yili said with a smile, "Can't Imperial Aunt stay for a few more days?" Great Elder Princess sighed and said, "I'm old and I'm not used to going out. After you get married, you can go to I's place to live more often." Since Great Elder Princess said so, the two of them naturally couldn't stay any longer. Mo Xiaoyao took Yili to burn incense to the ancestors of the Prince Ding mansion, accompanied Great Elder Princess to have lunch, and then personally sent Great Elder Princess out of King Ding's mansion. In the afternoon, Mo Xiaoyao went to the study by himself. Yili also had a lot of things to deal with, so she went back to her courtyard. Looking at King Ding's mansion, which had recovered its tranquility, Yili only felt a little like a dream. In just one day, she had moved from Ye's mansion to King Ding's mansion, got married and became King Ding's consort. And it seemed that she had been completely used to it. Because she had just gotten married, the stewards of King Ding's mansion naturally wouldn't be so tactless as to immediately bother her with a lot of trivial account books. So Yili just needed to take care of the people in her courtyard and the dowry. Back to the courtyard, Nanny Sun was waiting there to chat with Nanny Lin and Nanny Wei. When she saw Yili come in, she hurriedly stepped forward to salute, "Princess." Yili said with a smile, "Nanny Sun is an old servant of my mother and a trusted person of Prince. You don't have to be so polite." Nanny Sun said a little cautiously, "Thank you for your kindness, Princess. I dare not overstep my boundaries. I followed the prince's instructions and chose some people to serve Princess. Princess, if you like them, you can keep them by your side." After she finished speaking, she took out a list from her sleeve and presented it. On the list, it was the people who had been assigned to Yili's courtyard. Nanny Sun continued, "There should be 4 maidservants serving Princess. In addition, there should be 2 maidservants who take care of Princess's clothing and food. There should also be 4 maidservants for sewing. There should also be 8 second-ranked maidservants serving in the courtyard. There should also be 16 little maidservants who do rough work. These second-ranked maidservants and little maidservants should be handed over to Princess's 2 nannies to handle. But the maidservants who take care of the clothing and food should be personally looked over by Princess." While she was speaking, several maidservants dressed as maidservants walked in and respectfully saluted Yili, "Greetings to Princess." Yili lowered her head to look at the guts that Nanny Sun had sent over. Not only did the names and ages of these maidservants were written clearly on it, there was also their family background and who was in their family. And they were all children of the Ding Wang Fu's servants. Yili nodded and handed one of the guts to Lin Nanny and Wei Nanny to let them take care of the second and third-ranked maidservants. She turned back and smiled at Nanny Sun. "I naturally have confidence in the people that Nanny Sun has chosen." She casually picked out a few people from the list. The maidservants who had been picked quickly came out to give their thanks. Yili ordered Qing Shuang to take out a number of pouches filled with silver coins and rewarded each of them with 1. After taking care of the maidservants, Yili invited Nanny Sun to sit down and talk. As expected, she did as Mo Xiaoyao had said, she spoke without hiding anything. Yili hesitated for a while before asking, "Nanny Sun, the Wang Fu, other than Dasao, are there any other womenfolk?" Sun Mama was startled for a moment, but she quickly understood what Yili meant. Smiling, she said, replying to the princess, "Other than the eldest madam and the 2 concubines serving her, there are no other women in the house." Yili looked gloomily at Nanny Sun who was smiling strangely. She nodded to show that she understood. Mo Xiaoyao didn't have any other concubines. This was very good. At least it meant that there was less trouble for her to deal with. Not thinking about the troubles that she could encounter in the future, Yili found that the days in the Ding Wang Fu were as perfect as she had imagined in the beginning. Husband and wife lived in harmony and didn't interfere with each other's private matters. There were no elders to worry about in the morning and at night, no sisters-in-law to chat with, there wasn't even a jealous concubine. If this kind of life continued to be peaceful like this, she would be grateful to Mo Jingli for breaking off the engagement and the meddlesome emperor for granting the marriage. Chapter 86. Prince. Ajin looked strangely at Mo Xiaoyao who was staring at the book. Ajin had followed the prince since childhood. Even though he was slow, he could tell when the prince was thinking and when he was lost in thought. Mo Xiaoyao's eyes flashed and he raised his head to look at him. "Is something the matter?" Ajin rubbed the back of his head with some annoyance and said, "Prince, do you want to go see Wang Fei?" Mo Xiaoyao casually put the book back on the table. Looking at Ajin's uneasy state, he smiled faintly and said, "Did Chief Steward Mo tell you to ask, or did you ask Nurse Sun?" Ajin's eyes widened. Uncle and nurse son had both mentioned that he should mention Wang Fei in front of the prince and find a chance for the prince and Wang Fei to spend more time together. But he didn't know how to find a chance. So when he saw the prince in a daze, which was rare, he thought that since he had nothing to do, he could ask the prince if he wanted to go see Wang Fei, right? Looking at Jin's puzzled state, Mo Xiuyao shook his head and said with a smile, "All right, don't think about it. What is Li doing right now? She seems to be organizing the things she brought from the Yi family. Then don't go now. Let's wait until she forgets. Where are the guests from last night?" A hint of annoyance flashed through Jin's eyes. He said, "They're still in the dungeon. Let's go see." In the dark dungeon, the flickering light of the fire projected the shadows of the people in the room onto the walls, swaying slightly with the light. It made the already gloomy dungeon even more mysterious. Feng Zhiyao was still dressed in his arrogant and grand red brocade robe. He lazily lay on the only chair in the dungeon and listened with satisfaction to the endless wails. Compared to the boredom of the past few years, he was very satisfied with the busy days of the past few days. "Speak, why did you break into the Prince Ding mansion at night?" In the center of the room, a black-clothed man was chained to a rack. His body was already riddled with scars, and he was glaring fiercely at him. "Feng Zhiyao, you're Prince Ding's man." "Oh. You know me. Looks like you're from Dechu State." Feng Zhiyao blinked his almond-shaped eyes. His interest was piqued. He sat up straight and looked at the person in front of him. "Where did you come from?" "In the palace. Is our emperor still the one from Zhangde Palace?" "Or which mansion did you come from?" "Humph." Half of the men of sacrifice were unyielding. Torture had not been able to make him confess. Naturally, Feng Zhiyao would not be able to make him talk with just a few words. Feng Zhiyao narrowed his eyes in displeasure. "This young master wants to see if your bones are harder than this young master's torture tool. Continue." Swish. The ferocious barbed whip continued to create more scars on the man's body. Feng Zhiyao stared gloomily at the scene in front of him. The sound of the wheelchair turning came from afar. Feng Zhiyao turned around and saw Mo Xiuyao walking towards him. He stood up and smiled. "Why are you here at this time instead of accompanying the bride?" Mo Xiuyao did not answer. He raised his eyebrows and looked at him. "Confessed." Feng Zhiyao helplessly pulled over the file that was placed at the side. "Last night, we caught 4 groups of 7 people. One of them was from the northern tribes, one from the southern Zhao. 2 of them wanted to take advantage of the situation and 3 of them refused to confess. The one from the northern tribes wanted to snatch the bride and make the Ding mansion look bad. The one from the southern Zhao only wanted to scout the terrain to see if there was a chance to get the cloud-embracing sword. The other 2 wanted to take the opportunity to steal something. As for this one, he was the first to be caught and also the one with the best martial arts. I suspect that he's here to assassinate, but the target of the assassination is unknown. He shouldn't be here to assassinate you." When Mo Xiuyao accompanied the bride back to the bridal chamber, this fellow was ambushed at the banquet area and was caught by the secret guards. So the target of the assassination should definitely be one of the guests present. Someone from the Dechu State. Mo Xiuyao turned to the hanging man in black and asked. Feng Zhiyao rubbed his chin. "He knows me. He must be someone from the Dechu State." Young Master Feng San was very famous, but it was only limited to the Dechu State and it was only limited to the capital. After all, a dandy young master who was expelled from the Feng family and did not have the right to inherit would not attract the interest of outsiders. "Continue. If you can't get anything out of him, just kill him," Mo Xiuyao said lightly. "Where is Yellow Ping?" Feng Zhiyao gestured towards the room beside him and ignored Mo Xiuyao. Instead, he stared at the black-clothed man in front of him with interest and laughed. The black-clothed man instinctively felt cold. He obviously knew that if he was caught, there was no way out. However, when he heard Prince Ding casually say to kill him if he couldn't get anything out of him, as if he was saying that the weather was good today, his heart couldn't help but tremble. Prince Ding was definitely not a crippled and useless piece of trash like what outsiders thought. Feng Zhiyao looked at him with a smile. Actually, to this young master, it doesn't matter if you talk or not. You're going to die anyway, right? If you talk, this young master will give you a quick death. It's fine if you don't talk. You can try out this young master's new toy. These 2 years have been boring to death. A trace of fear flashed through the man's eyes, but he still refused to talk. Feng Zhiyao didn't mind. He waved his hand and signaled for the people beside him to do it. Then, he swaggered towards Mo Xiuyao's room. The other room was obviously much more comfortable than the previous one. At least, the entire room was dry and quiet. There wasn't any smell or blood. There was only a metal fence that divided the entire room into 2 halves. The prince of the northern tribes, who was still spouting nonsense last night, was now on the other side of the fence. He grabbed onto the fence and glared at Mo Xiuyao. Mo Xiuyao, you cripple. How dare you send people to capture I? Oh. I thought that the prince of the northern tribes had entered a place that he shouldn't have and was captured by I. Mo Xiuyao looked at him with a warm and cold smile. However, the prince of the northern tribes can rest assured. Even if it's because of the diplomatic relations between our 2 countries, I will definitely not harm the prince. Meeting his cold gaze, Yilu Ping couldn't help but tremble. He grabbed onto the fence and shook it even more angrily. Won't harm I. Then why did you lock I up here? I will definitely report this to your emperor. I'll chop off your head. Mo Xiuyao's lips curled. There are some urgent matters in the northern tribes. In fact, the northern tribes' envoy had already sent a letter to His Majesty to bid farewell. He left the capital in the morning. Yilu Ping was stunned. How is that possible? I's still here, who dares to leave? The prince of the northern tribes need not worry about not being able to return to your country. Later, I will personally send someone to send you back to the northern tribes. Hand it over to the crown prince. Hearing this, Yilu Ping's expression turned ugly. He was a bit of a hooligan, but he wasn't a fool. The crown prince didn't get along with his brother Yilu Yi. The 2 of them had been fighting for many years. If he landed in the crown prince's hands, then, 7th brother would definitely kill him. Mo Xiuyao, you despicable person. My 7th brother won't let you off. Mo Xiuyao laughed coldly. He raised his head and stared at him. Yilu Yi dared to send you to provoke I, so he should be mentally prepared to make sure that you won't be able to return. Or what happened yesterday was the king of the northern tribe's idea. Then it seems like he doesn't really want you as his son. Yilu Ping seemed to have thought of something and his face turned pale. He glared fiercely at Mo Xiuyao. You're talking nonsense. 7th brother would never do that. His tone was obviously lacking in confidence. He was stupid, but he wasn't stupid. He had been mocked since he was young. Even his 7th brother often scolded him for being stupid. Even his father didn't like him. Could it be that? Chapter 87. Mo Xiuyao's eyes flashed darkly as he looked at the person in front of him. He no longer looked as smug as he did yesterday. If he could, he would definitely make this prince of the northern tribes die without a complete corpse. Even his bones and ashes would not be enough to quench the hatred in his heart. Unfortunately, this idiot was the prince of the northern tribes and could not die just yet. Just like those people outside, No matter how much he disliked them, no matter how much he hated them, he had to temporarily let them live. Too lazy to look at the person in front of him, Mo Xiaoyao turned and walked out of the prison. Feng Zhiyao was leaning against the wall and looking at him with a grin. You really intend to hand this idiot over to the prince of the northern tribes? Mo Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow and said, just this idiot is not enough. I don't care what method you use to make him spit out everything he knows in 10 days. See if there is anything useful to hand over to Yelu Hong. No matter what method. That's right, no matter what method. I just want an answer. No matter how stupid he is still Yelu Ye's younger brother. I don't believe that he doesn't know anything. Mo Xiaoyao said in a low voice, you know what to do after this. Feng Zhiyao nodded, the smile on his face widening. I understand. He is already pretty stupid. It wouldn't be a surprise if he became even more stupid. Isn't that right? Let Yelu Ping and Yelu Yi fight each other like dogs. I like this idea. Mo Xiaoyao nodded in satisfaction. I'll leave it to you. Take care, Your Highness. Enjoy your new marriage. Seeing Mo Xiaoyao and Jing's figures disappear through the prison door, Feng Zhiyao narrowed his eyes in satisfaction as he looked at the eerie prison in front of him. He could also hear faint pleas for mercy. The smile on his face became even more radiant. What a bunch of idiots. Of all people to provoke, they had to provoke Mo Xiaoyao. Mo Xiaoyao had never been kind since he was 3 years old. Ever since that incident, even his heart had turned black. Reporting to Wang Fei, concubine dowager is here. In the study, Yi Li was sorting out the account books she had brought from the Yi residence when a servant girl came in to report. Yi Li raised her head and was stunned to see the servant girl standing at the door. Qing Shuang had already opened her mouth and said, Jingwen, why are you here? This servant girl was the one who was sent to the sewing room by Yi Li when she was in the Yi residence. Her original name was Han Qing, Jingwen. The maids in King Ding's residence were all dressed in a moon-white robe with a plain-colored belt. This kind of simple yet elegant robe made her look a little flirtatious. Jingwen looked with alarm at Yi Li and said in a low voice, the mama in charge said that the clothes made by Jingwen's embroidery skills are not suitable for Wang Fei to wear. There are 4 first-rate embroiderers in the sewing room, so Jingwen was sent outside to serve. Although she was very happy to be able to leave the sewing room, a trace of shame flashed across Jingwen's face when her embroidery skills were found to be worthless. Yi Li faintly scolded this girl in her heart. This girl had stayed in the sewing room for a month or 2 and still didn't learn to be smarter. Did she think that she didn't have to worry about anything just because she had a good appearance? All right, you can leave first. Ask concubine dowager to come in. Yi Li waved her hand. Yes, princess consort. Jingwen bowed and respectfully retreated. Qing Shuang complained in dissatisfaction, why did Lin Mama and Wei Mama bring her to young miss? She doesn't look like someone who knows her place. Qing Wan and Qing Yu came later and weren't familiar with Jingwen who had stayed in the sewing room. They only felt that she was too enchanting. Hearing Qing Shuang's words, they immediately looked over. Qing Shuang stomped her feet in annoyance, it's all my fault. I actually forgot to tell Lin Mama. Qing Xia smiled faintly, all right, Qing Shuang, Lin Mama is an old mama who followed foreign. Do you think she can't see what kind of person Jingwen is? What's more, she's just a second-class girl who serves outside. Yun Her and Chui can't be compared to her. Ding Wangfu is unfamiliar with the people and the place, so she can't do anything. Yi Li put down the book and smiled, Qing Shuang, you still have to learn more from Qing Xia. Don't be rash about everything. Qing Shuang stuck out her tongue, yes, I will follow Wang Fei's order. As soon as she stepped into the reception hall, Yi Li was stunned. A middle-aged woman in her 50s was sitting on the main seat. She was wearing a gorgeous brocade robe and a head ornament with gold and jade inlaid with gems. She looked very noble. If she didn't know her identity beforehand, Yili would have thought that she wasn't the old Prince Ding's Fei, but the Di Fei. At this time, Side Grand Concubine was leaning against the chair and resting with her eyes closed. There were two maidservants standing behind her. One had her shoulders lowered and the other was gently fanning herself with a palace fan. Yili couldn't help but want to laugh. It wasn't even June yet. The weather in the Chu capital wasn't hot. Wasn't she afraid of catching a cold from the fan? Wang Fei. When everyone saw Yili come in, they quickly stood up and bowed. You can leave. I've made Side Grand Concubine wait for a long time. Yili waved her hand to let them leave. She frowned and walked to the other side to sit down. Young Side Grand Concubine slowly opened her eyes and looked at Yili with a picky face. Yili had a smile on her lips and allowed her to size her up. She turned her gaze to a white-clothed young girl sitting below. That young girl seemed to be very timid. When she met Yili's gaze, she immediately shrank back and avoided her in a panic. Side Grand Concubine has come. Is there a matter? Yili looked away and turned to Side Grand Concubine. Young Side Grand Concubine narrowed her eyes in displeasure. It was clear that she was no longer in her prime and her face darkened. She gave a light snort and said, Wang Fei is too arrogant. You don't know how to greet your elders after passing through the door. This dowager could only come and greet Wang Fei. Yili understood. So she had come to find trouble. She frowned with some trouble and looked at Side Grand Concubine with a faint smile. Then this Fei has been rude. But this Fei asked Prince yesterday. The prince only said that he needed to go and greet De Sa after returning home. He didn't mention that there was anyone else in the Wang Fu that this Fei needs to personally greet. Young Side Grand Concubine's expression froze. It took a while before she recovered. She looked at Yili and said, Prince hasn't been in a good mood these years. It's hard to avoid oversights. It's fine if you don't remind him as a Wang Fei, but you dare to be so rude. Remind? Mo Xiuyao didn't even mention you. It's obvious that he doesn't want to see you. I only reminded him because I ate too much. Long before she got married, Yili had already memorized the identities of the members of the Ding King's Fu. For example, the young side concubine in front of her. Her identity was really special. Not only was she the only side concubine of the old Prince Ding Mo Lufang, she was also the aunt of Mo Xiuyao and Mo Xiuwen. She was also the sister of the former Princess Ding. But this identity didn't make her more respected in the Ding King's Fu. In fact, no matter if it was when Mo Lufang was alive or Mo Xiuwen, or now Mo Xiuyao, they all treated her as heir and ignored her. Young side grand concubine wasn't even 50 years old this year. She was about the same age as Xiao Yang, eldest princess. But for two women who were widowed at the same time, one would think that they were at least 10 years apart just by looking at their appearance. But Yili wouldn't sympathize with her because of this. She could only say that she asked for it. Young side grand concubine married into the Ding King's Fu when the former Princess Ding gave birth to Mo Xiuwen. After giving birth to Mo Xiuwen, Princess Ding's health became very poor. Her originally loving relationship with Prince Ding also became somewhat cold. Then, 7 years later, she passed away not long after giving birth to Mo Xiuyao. And compared to Mo Xiuyao's disregard for side grand concubine, the usually gentle and refined Mo Xiuwen's attitude towards her could be said to be one of disgust. Therefore, Yili had enough reason to think that side grand concubine used some unconventional method to marry into the Ding King's Fu and directly caused the relationship between Mo Lufang and Wang Fei to break. Even if she didn't talk about all of this, even if Mo Xiuya would take in a concubine in the future, she would definitely not accept anyone from Yi Shan or Yi Lin. If it was said that she found it hard to accept sharing a husband with others, sharing a husband with her biological sister was simply challenging the limits of her tolerance. Chapter 88. I really don't know if there is a need for me to personally pay my respects to a secondary consort. Yili said faintly with her clear eyes half closed. You! How dare you! Secondary consort Yang was so angry that her face turned red and she pointed at Yili without saying a word. The identity of a secondary consort was the pain of her life. When she married into the prince's residence, she was already a secondary consort and she was not disappointed as she was born from a concubine. After her sister died, she thought that she had the chance to become the main consort because the prince only had her as his secondary consort. However, the prince did not even look at her until he died. Ever since Mo Lufang passed away, she knew that she would never have the chance. Until she died, she could only be a secondary consort and she could not even be buried with Mo Lufang. The prince's residence's consort Yang should know who is the one who is being impudent. Yili raised her head and stared at her faintly. The Ding King's residence respected the prince on the outside and the princess consort on the inside. Not to mention a mere secondary consort, even the proper consort Yang could not embarrass the princess consort. So after Mo Xiuyan passed away, the servants no longer addressed Princess Consort Wen as Princess Consort but as Eldest Madam. This indicated that her identity was the eldest sister-in-law of the prince's princess consort and not the princess consort of the Ding King's residence. After suppressing secondary consort Yang's arrogance, Yili's expression eased and she smiled faintly. Secondary consort Yang, do you have something to say for coming over so early? Secondary consort Yang, who was stunned by her sudden change in expression, regained her senses and her expression changed. She wanted to fly into a rage but the girl in white sitting by the side said uneasily, "Aunt." Secondary consort Yang looked at the girl in white and actually suppressed the anger in her heart. She turned to Yili and said, "This is my maternal family's niece, Qianru." The girl in white stood up and bowed towards Yili and said gently, "Qianru greets cousin-in-law." "Greets cousin-in-law." Yili frowned. The daughter of the Yang family was the niece of the senior concubine, which meant that she was Mo Xiuyao's cousin. Yili was very unfamiliar with this cousin of hers. The main reason was that the Yang family was not a prestigious family. In fact, other than the first-generation Prince Ding, Mo Lanyun, who married a princess of the previous dynasty, the Mo family's several generations of princesses did not have prominent family backgrounds. Of course, this was because the men of the Mo family did not need nepotism. On the other hand, it was probably to avoid being feared by the royal family. As far as she knew, Princess Yang didn't have a legitimate brother in her mother's family, and the only concubine-born brother died a few years ago. Then Yang Qianru was the orphan of the concubine-born son of the Yang family. "Cousin, you don't have to be so courteous. Sit down." Prince must have forgotten that he hadn't heard him mention his cousin before, so he didn't have time to prepare a greeting gift. "Please don't blame me." While speaking, Yili took off the ice-type jade bracelet on her wrist and put it in Yang Qianru's hand. She smiled and asked senior concubine sitting on the side, "Cousin, do you live with senior concubine?" Senior concubine glanced at Yili and nodded. "Qianru is still young and has no other relatives. So I brought her here and can take care of her. After all, she is not a girl of the prince's mansion. It's okay to live with me." Yili didn't intend to arrange another courtyard. She nodded and smiled. "It's okay as long as cousin and senior concubine don't feel wronged. If you lack anything, just send someone to tell me. Don't be embarrassed." Senior concubine's eyes moved and said, "That's why I brought her to see you. Qianru is almost 17 years old this year. She should have considered marriage long ago. However, Prince usually doesn't see her, and I don't know much about it. Since you are Chanru's representative, then look carefully for her. Also, it's not proper for a girl to be so plain all day. She needs to wear more clothes. Senior concubine said to herself. Young Chanru, who was sitting at the side, blushed. She lowered her head and refused to look at others. Yili leaned comfortably in the chair and listened to senior concubine speak of her demands. If there was a hint of discussion at the beginning, then it was a commanding tone towards the end. Yili looked at young Chanru's snow-white robes and couldn't help but frown. The Fu usually deducts cousin's expenses. Even if Mo Xiuyao didn't like senior concubine, he wouldn't go so far as to deduct a girl's expenses, right? Looking at young Chanru's plain white robes, even her hair was decorated with white ribbons. People who didn't know would think that she was mourning for someone. The Yuan who had some status in the Fu dressed more appropriately than her. Young Chanru suddenly raised her head, her eyes filled with tears and panic. She hurriedly said, "No, the Wang Fu didn't mistreat Chanru. Cousin-in-law, please don't misunderstand Cousin Ji. It's Chanru's fault." Yili couldn't help rubbing her forehead. What was this? She rubbed her brow and said to Qing Wan, "Go see if Sun Mama is free. Ask her to come over." Sun Mama came quickly. Qing Wan had clearly told her about the matter, so she brought a steward who was in charge of the Fu's accounts and the expenses. Greetings to Wang Fei. Greetings to senior concubine. The three bowed in unison. Yili nodded and said, "Sun Mama, you don't have to be so courteous." Sun Mama stood up and said, "Many thanks, Wang Fei. I heard that Wang Fei summoned this old servant for the matter of the Sai Dowager's courtyard's expenses. This old servant acted on my own initiative and called Steward Wang from the accounting room and Zhang Mama who is in charge of expenses. Wang Fei, please forgive me." Yili smiled and said, "Sun Mama, you don't have to be like this. I just arrived and Wang Fei is not familiar with these things. Senior concubine mentioned the expenses of Miss Gu, so I asked you to come over and ask. In that case, Sun Mama Zhang, what about Miss Gu's expenses? If Miss Gu suffers any grievances and outsiders know about it, it will be our Wang Fu's fault." Sun Mama Zhang hurriedly stepped forward and said with a bad expression, reporting to Wang Fei, "Miss Gu's expenses have always been according to the expenses of the young miss of the Wang Fu. Although there hasn't been a young miss in our Fu for several generations, the previous rules have always been kept. This old servant doesn't dare to deduct Miss Gu's expenses. Then, what is Miss Gu's monthly expenses? If the previous rules are not enough, it doesn't matter if it is adjusted appropriately. Or it can be directly allocated from my and Prince's share," Yili said. Sun Mama Zhang glanced at Yang Chanru sitting on the side and said, "Miss Gu has 30 taels of silver to spend every month. The cosmetics she uses are all bought by the Fu. She has 4 sets of clothes for each of the spring, summer, autumn, and winter seasons. She also has 2 sets of head ornaments for the beginning of winter and the beginning of summer. She also doesn't dare to reduce her expenses during the holidays. This old servant has served in the Wang Fu for generations and doesn't dare to mistreat Miss Gu." The bookkeeper standing on the side also said, "Wang Fei is wise. Prince and Wang Fei are getting married, and everyone in the Fu has rewarded them. The eldest madam received 500 taels, senior concubine received 200 taels, and Miss Gu received 100 taels. The servants in the Fu have also received their rewards. This subordinate doesn't dare to delay and can send the account books as proof." When these words were said, everyone's eyes fell on Yang Chanru. Looking at her white robes and her weak appearance, it was as if she would be blown away by the wind. It really didn't look like she had been mistreated. Sun Mama's upright and serious face flashed with displeasure. "Don't say that the Wang Fu didn't mistreat her. Even if you have mistreated her for so many years, isn't it still the Wang Fu that raised you? The prince and princess just got married, what do you mean by wearing white? Chapter 89. The maidservants who followed Yili from the Yi family also had opinions about this delicate cousin. Fourth Miss was already delicate and moving, but this one was even more fragile than her. Furthermore, the treatment of this cousin was not much different from the treatment of the Yi family's D-Miss. When their young miss was in the Yi family, she only received 30 taels of silver a month. Furthermore, this Miss Yang did not have any reputation in the capital. It could be seen that this person did not go out to socialize, so naturally, there was no need for her to spend. The young miss had just gotten married, yet she came over to complain that she was poor. It was too much. Yili frowned as she looked at the side grand concubine. It wasn't that she was stingy. She had just arrived at the Wang Fu and could not go against the rules set by the predecessors to increase Yang Qianru's treatment. Even if the Ding Wang Fu was large, it was impossible for them to casually withdraw money without any scruples. Without rules, nothing could be accomplished. Furthermore, the Wang Fu had treated Yang Qianru quite well. Unfortunately, the side grand concubine obviously did not think so. Seeing Yi Li's difficult expression, she couldn't help but angrily say, "What does princess mean? Qianru is still the prince's cousin. Can't it be that a few taels of silver can't be spent? If outsiders know that our Ding Wang Fu mistreats an orphan girl whose parents are dead, the prince's face will not look good." In short, the side grand concubine wanted to put the reputation of mistreatment on Mo Xiuyao's head. Then, how much does side grand concubine think is reasonable? The side grand concubine frowned and said with an unwilling expression, "It should be 80 taels of silver a month. There are also head ornaments and accessories. How can 2 sets be enough? Qianru can't go out to meet people these few years and even her marriage has been delayed. In the future, there will be many times when she goes out with you. Let Fenghua Building send over 4 sets." Seeing the side grand concubine's matter-of-fact expression, Yili couldn't help but roll her eyes in her heart. When did she agree for Yang Qianru to follow her? Even if she did not go out these few years, she could still link it to the Wang Fu. If it wasn't for the Prince Ding mansion, with the Yang family's background, they might not even remember the concubine daughter of the Prince Ding mansion. Side imperial concubine, please be careful with your words. Wang Fei is the mistress of the Ding palace. It was impossible for him to bring an unmarried girl with him when he was walking around outside. Even if there is, it should be a girl from the prince's mansion or a sister from the princess family. Sun Mama said with a serious face. Yili couldn't help but praise him in her heart. She didn't want to go on blind dates with a weak girl who would shed tears at the sight of flowers and rain. Hearing Granny Sun's words, Yang Qianru's face turned red. She let out a low cry and clutched her chest. Tears welled up in her eyes and were about to fall. Without waiting for side grand concubine to get angry, Yili frowned and said to the 3 people, "Since you've asked clearly, Steward Wang and Mammy Zhang should go back first. In addition, I will allocate 10 taels of silver from my monthly allowance to Miss Biao. Since she's a guest, we can't let Miss Biao suffer." "Yes, we will follow Princess's orders." Steward Wang and Mama Zhang responded and retreated. Yili continued, "Side grand concubine and Miss Biao should also go back first. As for Miss Biao's marriage, I will discuss it with the prince before giving a reply to side grand concubine." Side grand concubine was unwilling, but when she saw Yili's expression of wanting to see them off, she didn't dare to go against Yili's intentions. She could only angrily leave with the aggrieved Yang Qianru. After sending the 2 off, Yili looked at Sun Mama and said, "Sun Mama, Steward Wang and Mammy Zhang's salaries will be increased by 10 taels this month. Just take it from me." Sun Mama complied and looked at Yili, saying, actually, Princess doesn't need to pay attention to side Grand Concubine and Miss Biao. Our Wang Fu has never treated Miss Biao unfairly. We haven't touched a single cent of the inheritance that the Yang family left to Miss Biao. Yili helplessly said, look at what she's wearing today. What would others think if they saw her like this? Sun Momo pursed her lips and said, Princess Consort, you may not know this, but this Miss Biao is very strange. It said that she likes white very much. The clothes we sent for the 4 seasons were all colors that girls like, but Miss Biao said that they were tacky. She was only willing to wear white clothes. If the clothes we sent didn't have white, she would rather wear her old clothes. She ruined a lot of clothes for no reason. The steward of the Fu had no choice but to send white clothes. For the prince and princess's wedding, Mama Zhang had specially ordered people to make a set of peach red and a set of light purple. Who knows? Tacky? Not necessarily, right? Yili thought of another person who liked to wear plain clothes. In the future, there will be many guests in the Wang Fu. We can't let her come out to meet people like this. In the past, the Wang Fu basically didn't interact with outsiders. Now that Mo Xiuyao was married and had come out to meet people, it wouldn't do to close the doors and refuse guests. I'll go back and ask Prince if he wants to change out of all the plain clothes. Thinking, Yili said with a slight smile. Sun Mama froze for a moment, then immediately reacted, what does princess mean? I didn't say anything. I just don't like white clothes. Yili said with a smile. Princess, Prince invites you. Mo Xiuyao didn't have any servant girls to serve him, so the one who came to deliver the message was one of Mo Xiuyao's personal guards. Yili nodded and stood to ask, where is the prince right now? The guard said, the prince is waiting for princess in the water pavilion. I know. You can go. The Ding Wang Fu could be said to be the largest Fu in Jing City. Of course, this was related to the position of the Ding Wang Fu in the Dechu state. The Wang Fu had been remodeled by successive princes for over 100 years. Even though the area hadn't expanded, the scenery inside the Wang Fu could be called the best in Jing City. In the southwest corner of the Wang Fu, there was a natural lake that took up 1/6 of the entire Wang Fu. There was a wooden corridor built on the surface of the lake that led to a water pavilion with 3 rooms in the middle of the lake. The surface of the lake was covered in green lotus leaves, making the lake water ripple. Just walking in, one could feel a faint coolness. It must be a good place to relax in the summer. Waving her hand to stop the servant girls, Yili walked alone along the corridor on the surface of the lake towards the pavilion in the middle of the lake. As expected, she saw Mo Xiuyao sitting in front of the open window, lost in thought. Hearing her footsteps, Mo Xiuyao came back to his senses and said with a smile, Li. Yili walked in. What are you thinking about? Mo Xiuyao shook his head and said with a smile, I've been busy with some trivial matters these past 2 days. I didn't have time to ask if you're used to it. Yili shrugged and found a place to sit across from him. She said with a smile, my ability to adapt has always been very good. The people in the Wang Fu are also very good. I'm very used to it. Seeing Mo Xiuyao looking at her with a strange expression, Yili blinked her eyes and said with a smile, it can't be that you're not used to it, right? She didn't expect Mo Xiuyao to actually nod his head and said with a smile in a low voice, I'm indeed not used to it. It seems, it's been many years since I was the only one in this Wang Fu. And, do you need me to leave? Yili was a little apologetic. She didn't think that her existence would cause trouble for Mo Xiuyao. Mo Xiuyao laughed involuntarily and shook his head, how could that be? Li, I thought that we were husband and wife. So? I feel that we need to spend more time together, Mo Xiuyao said. Yili understood. Some people would habitually avoid things that they were not used to, but others would choose to face them head-on. Mo Xiaoyao clearly belonged to the latter. For a couple like them who clearly had no feelings before marriage, they needed to cultivate feelings after marriage. Do you have any good suggestions? Mo Xiaoyao said, if you have time, you can accompany me to talk or read a book. Or if you don't feel ashamed, I can accompany you for a walk. Chapter 90. Go out. Yili was a bit tempted. She seemed to have forgotten that there was another benefit after getting married. It was more convenient to go out than before. No problem. Yili nodded, agreeing with Mo Xiaoyao's suggestion. Mo Xiaoyao was startled when he saw that she didn't hesitate at all. A faint smile appeared on his lips. You said you wanted to draw a portrait for Ollie yesterday. Ollie, come over and take a look. What do you think of this? Yili walked over in surprise. You're done so quickly. There was an open painting on the table in front of Mo Xiaoyao. In the painting, there was a woman dressed in red standing with a sword. Yili recognized at a glance that the dress and the accessories on her head were the ones she had worn on the day of her wedding. However, the red dress she was wearing was not the heavy and complicated wedding dress embroidered with a phoenix peony. Instead, it was a simple red dress with golden cloud embroidery. There was a golden belt around her waist. The peony between her eyebrows had been replaced by a bright red flame. The woman's hands were dancing. Her expression was bright and dignified, but there was also a trace of arrogance and sharpness. This is me. Yili looked at the woman in the painting in a daze and softly said. The woman in the painting had a familiar face, but it also seemed a bit unfamiliar. However, that unfamiliar feeling seemed to be the one she was truly familiar with. For some reason, Yili felt that the woman in the painting was very beautiful. She was 100 times more beautiful than her usual self in the mirror. Mo Xiaoyao smiled and said, the beauty dance of the past. One sword moves the four directions. Li has the style of Princess Qing Yun of the past. I haven't. Yili shook her head. She had never wielded a sword in front of anyone before. More accurately, she did not know how to wield a sword at all. Yili was lost in thought as she looked at the cloud-embracing sword in the hand of the woman in the painting. Mo Xiaoyao faintly smiled and said, I feel that this is the real Li. Yili was silent. However, her eyes could not move away from the woman in the painting. Indeed, she had seen such an expression on another familiar face before. He came and went freely in the rain of bullets, and killed enemies with his bare hands in the rain of blood. That was a completely different life from now. Ever since she accepted reality, she had been trying her best to conform to the standards of women in this era. She also thought that she had gradually forgotten the woman who laughed wantonly in the mud and sweat. But, if she had really forgotten about it, if she had really accepted it, how could she have hidden her skills like this? That day, when Li held the cloud-embracing sword, I felt that Li was more beautiful than I've ever seen her. Mo Xiaoyao seemed to sigh. The image of Yili unsheathing her cloud-embracing sword appeared in his mind. Although it was only for a short moment, it was completely different from any other woman's biting cold aura, and the free and unrestrained heroic spirit of brandishing her sword. In that instant, Mo Xiaoyao thought he was looking at a famous general who had dominated the battlefield. You. Can you give me this painting? Yili asked hesitantly. Mo Xiaoyao smiled and said, this was originally meant for you. Ever since the topic of painting had been brought up yesterday, Mo Xiaoyao knew that Li was just joking. But in his mind, from time to time, Yili's beautiful appearance on their wedding night, and the scene of her unsheathing her sword that day in the main hall of the Yi residence. So even though there were many things to do in the palace these past 2 days, he still worked through the night to finish this painting. But, you haven't written it yet. What does Li think is appropriate? Yili shook her head. She hesitated and said, no need. I don't need to take it out for others to admire. She really liked this painting. If she wrote it, what would she do if it was ruined? Mo Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow and then nodded and said, all right, since you want to write it, you still need to sign it off. He picked up a brush from the brush holder on the table and ordered, help me grind the ink. Yili was also curious about Mo Xiaoyao's handwriting. Just from the painting, when Mo Xiaoyao said that his painting was not worse than Han Mingyue's, he was not boasting. But how was his handwriting? Mo Xiaoyao looked at her and smiled, Li Li's calligraphy is unique. I might have to disappoint you. Yili smiled as she watched him dip the brush in the ink and leave a line of words on the side of the painting. Prince Ding Xiaoyao presents his wife Li Li. Mo Xiaoyao's handwriting was tall and elegant. It looked imposing, but it did not make people feel that it was showing off. Yili was very satisfied. She carefully took the painting to the side to dry it and put it away. When she saw the words, presents his wife Li Li, on the painting, she suddenly had a strange feeling. She looked up at Mo Xiaoyao and saw that he was looking at her. If she just looked away, wouldn't she seem guilty? Yili could only open her eyes wide and look back. Mo Xiaoyao smiled faintly and was the first to look away. The strange atmosphere made Yili want to leave, but the painting on the table made her reluctant to leave. And if she left like this, wouldn't it mean that she admitted defeat? She had just promised to spend more time with him. Her mind quickly turned. Yili quickly changed the topic, right, I wanted to discuss something with you. Can you change out of all the white clothes? Seeing Mo Xiaoyao raise his eyebrows in confusion, Yili asked, or do you just happen to like white clothes? Mo Xiaoyao shook his head, I don't have a preference for colors. I'm just used to it. But, why did you think of this? Based on his understanding of Yili, she definitely wouldn't be interested in what color he wore. Yili smiled and told him what happened in the courtyard. Mo Xiaoyao looked at her speechlessly, so you think that because I wear white, she won't wear anything but white? Yili nodded, that's what I think. But I don't wear white clothes every day. Although his clothes were mostly plain, it didn't mean that he didn't have any other colors. But it's very obvious that every time you appear in front of her, you're probably coincidentally wearing white. Yili shrugged lazily. Ha! Li, are you jealous? Mo Xiaoyao stared at her for a long time and laughed softly. Jealous? Yili's face couldn't help but darken. She shot up and said woodenly, apologies, my foo lacks vinegar. Finishing, she didn't even look at the painting as she turned and walked out. Prince. A short while later, a Jing appeared at the door and looked at Mo Xiaoyao. Sun Mama was right. Prince didn't know how to interact with Wang Fei. Wang Fei was so angry that she ran away in a short while. Mo Xiaoyao gave a faint smile, later, send this painting to Wang Fei. Qing Wan and the others followed behind Yili. Seeing their usually gentle young miss striding away with a black face, they couldn't help but look at each other. The pavilion in the center of the lake was too far from the shore. They couldn't hear what Prince and Wang Fei had said. Qing Xia asked uncertainly, did Prince bully Wang Fei? Qing Shuang's face instantly darkened, what? Prince bullied Miss. Qing Wan and Qing Yu helplessly pulled back Qing Shuang, who was about to explode. Qing Wan's mouth couldn't help but twitch. She had seen Wang Fei's skills with her own eyes. She could easily knock out a strong man without even panting. Just based on the fact that Prince was in a wheelchair, could he bully Wang Fei? Qing Yu thought for a moment and said, let's ask Jean later. He definitely knows. Qing Shuang twisted her mouth, he stayed by the shore like us, what could he know? Qing Xia agreed, he's been with Prince since he was a child. He definitely knows how Prince made Wang Fei angry. Let's go, Wang Fei has gone far. Chapter 91. Yili walked quickly towards her own yard as she cursed Emo Xiaoyao in her heart. She must have been blind to think that this guy was gentle. She had even thought that he was pure. That bastard had teased her. Jealous. Jealous, idiot, how could she be jealous over a man she had just met? At most, she liked him because he coveted her things. What's wrong, Wang Fei? Returning to the yard, Wei Mama came out to greet her. Seeing Yi Li's dark expression, she quickly asked. After leaving the young miss she had raised for so many years, Wei Mama had given Yi Li all the care she had missed in the past few years. She was more concerned about her health than anyone else. Being asked this by the mama, Yi Li felt a bit embarrassed. She knew that she had overreacted. She didn't have the face to say that she had left in a fit of pique after being teased by Emo Xiaoyao. She quickly pulled Wei Mama and said, "Nanny, didn't I tell you to rest? Be careful that your little grandson won't recognize you if you keep circling around me like this." Lin Mama and Wei Mama's entire family had followed Yi Li to the Wangfu. Yi Li had placed the capable men of their family in the shops or farmsteads outside to be stewards. The womenfolk were left in her own yard. She did her best to have them serve her as little as possible. Especially since Lin Mama wasn't young anymore. It wouldn't be easy for her to run around with a young person like her. Wei Mama looked at her and said with a bit of sadness, "Young miss has grown up and doesn't like Nanny, right?" Nanny. Yi Li's head hurt. It was this again. But at least she had moved on from the previous matter. Pulling Wei Mama into the room, Yi Li comforted her with gentle words, causing Wei Mama to smile. "Wang Fei, Jean is here." Qing Shuang came in and said. Her delicate face was still puffed up with anger. It was clear that she was angry with Jean outside. "Let him come in." Yi Li teased with a smile, "Who provoked our Shuang?" Qing Shuang's little face blushed, and she stomped her foot and said, "Young miss. It's all because of that damned Jean. Just because he's one of Prince's people, he's always putting on a poker face, as if someone owes him 500 taels of silver." Yi Li sighed helplessly. "Qing Shuang, you're the one who's being unreasonable. Jean just doesn't like to talk. He's far from a dead face." Mo Jingli was the one with the deadpan face. Jean was at most a man of few words. Even her second brother could not compare to that cold face of hers. Jean came in with the box and looked at Qing expressionlessly. Qing Shuang also knew that the person in question had heard her bad-mouthing someone behind their back. She turned her face away guiltily. Yi Li laughed in her heart, but on the surface, she looked at Jean with a serious face. Jean, what's the matter?" Jean put the box on the table and took 2 steps back before saying, Jean was ordered by His Highness to deliver this. Prince said that he did not purposely make Wang Fei angry. Wang Fei Darren, please be magnanimous and do not take offense. He stuttered as he spoke. Yi Li knew what was going on. She looked at Jean with a smile and said, "Jean, who taught you that last sentence?" Jean's face turned red. He looked dazedly at Yi Li and didn't know what to do. Wang Fei and Prince were both smart people. Lying in front of them would always be seen through. Jean silently remembered this fact. Yi Li smiled and added, "Your prince definitely wouldn't say something like that. Also, I'm not angry. I'll take the item. You can go back." Jean silently left. Yi Li opened the box in a good mood. As expected, there was the portrait she had been thinking about. She had just been thinking about what excuse to use to get the portrait back. She hadn't thought that Mo Xiaoya would be so considerate and immediately send Jean to deliver it. Unfolding the portrait on the table, Yi Li stared at the woman in the portrait and sighed softly. Mo Xiuyao's voice couldn't help but ring in her mind. I feel that this is the real Li, so beautiful. Qing Shuang, who was standing at the side, exclaimed excitedly, Miss, was this painted by Prince? It's so beautiful. Wei Momo also nodded with satisfaction and smiled. Prince is really considerate towards Mississippi. It seems that eldest master and eldest young master didn't misjudge him. He. Yili was speechless. Was there a need for a portrait? In the blink of an eye, it was time to return home. These 3 days, Yili could be said to have adapted well in the Ding King's Fu. Even Lin Momo and Wei Momo, who had been worried, relaxed. Only the prince and the princess consort hadn't consummated yet. This made the 2 nannies very dissatisfied. However, they weren't the only ones who were worried and dissatisfied. There was also Sun Momo from the Ding King's Fu. Sun Momo had watched Mo Xiuyao grow up and knew her master's temper well. She wasn't dissatisfied with the new princess consort. She even hinted that Lin Momo and Wei Momo would think of a way. The Ding King's Fu was harmonious and respected their miss very much. When they returned home, Miss would officially take charge of the Ding King's Fu. How could the 2 nannies be dissatisfied? Therefore, when they returned home, the smile on their faces was like a blooming flower. The Yi family's welcome was exceptionally grand. Not only did Minister Yi and Wangshe bring Yi Shan, Yi Lin, and Yi Rong, even the married Yi Jin and Yi Ying brought their respective husbands back. Yi Li wasn't curious that Yi Ying would come back to join in the fun. However, Yi Jin, as the concubine of the Southern Marquis heir, was able to let the Southern Marquis heir accompany her back. Once they entered the door and met old Madame Yi, Yi Li was pulled away by her sisters to have a private chat. Mo Xiuyao stayed in the main hall to talk with Minister Yi and Mo Jingli. Qing Yi Xian, where Yi Li used to live, was still there. The sisters sat at the stone table in Qing Yi Xian's courtyard to talk. Yi Jin looked at the maidservant standing not far away and then looked at Yi Li, who was wearing a light purple robe. She wore a pearl tassel hairpin, pearl earrings, and a lotus-patterned warm jade bracelet on her wrist. Her expression was indifferent and there was a smile on her lips. It seemed that she had an additional noble aura compared to when she was at home. She couldn't help but sigh enviously. It seems that third sister is having a good time in the Ding King's residence. Yi Li smiled, thank you for your concern. Everything is fine. Yi Shan pulled Yi Li and asked non-stop, such as whether the Ding King's residence was big or not, whether it was beautiful, who were the people in the residence, whether they were easy to get along with and so on. Yi Li wasn't in a hurry. She waited for her to ask enough before she answered some of the questions. Yi Shan didn't get an answer and wanted to ask again. However, she was pulled away by Yi Lin, who was sitting beside her. She could only shut her mouth in disappointment. I heard that the Ding King's residence has a former princess and concubine. Has third sister seen them? Yi Shan kept asking non-stop and Yi Ying couldn't get a word in edgewise. She could only sit by the side with an indifferent face. At this time, she stared at Yi Li and asked. Yi Li looked at Yi Ying in surprise and frowned. Fourth sister, are you not feeling well recently? It hadn't been long since they last met and Yi Ying's appearance had changed a lot. She felt that she had become thinner and frilier. In the past when she was in the Yi family, although Yi Ying was weak, Wang Shi had taken good care of her. Her face always had an alluring blush. But now, without that blush, her entire person suddenly became darker. Although she had put on some rouge on her face, it wasn't as beautiful and natural as before. Yi Ying's gaze changed slightly and she faintly lowered her eyes. Thank you for your concern, third sister. I am just a little tired. Chapter 92. Yi Li sighed in her heart. Yi Ying had really changed a lot. It seemed that the ability of virtuous concubine Zhao old concubine to teach people was beyond ye old madam's reach. If you are tired, rest more. No matter what, your body is the most important. Without a good body, there is nothing. Yili advised a few words before answering Yi Ying's question. Sister-in-law has been practicing Buddhism all year round. She only pays her respects when she returns. As for Su old concubine. Thinking of the eccentric Su old concubine in the Fu, Yili couldn't help but frown and said lightly, Father Su Fei does not need to meet often. Yi Shan exclaimed, then isn't there only third sister and Prince Ding in the Ding King Fu? When these words came out, not only Yi Shan, Yi Zhen and Yi Lin, but even Yi Ying couldn't help but reveal a trace of envy. In the Fu, there were no elders above, no sister-in-law or sister-in-law, and even no sister-in-law to deal with. It was simply every newly married woman's dream. But when she thought of Mo Xiuyao's situation, Yi Ying faintly felt that she was balanced. Compared to being ridiculed and sympathized with outside, being wronged at home was still bearable, right? It seems that third sister and prince's relationship is also very good. Third sister is really lucky. Yi Zhen sighed and said faintly. Yi Ying didn't believe it and asked suspiciously, is Prince Ding's temper really that good? I heard others say that people with physical disabilities generally have weird tempers. Yili frowned and said, Prince is not difficult to get along with. She didn't know if Mo Xiuyao's temper was good, but at present, they were getting along very well. Yi Ying also knew that Yili was a little unhappy because of her words, but she was never used to lowering her head to Yili. For a moment, the atmosphere was a little stiff. Yi Zhen looked at the two and could only open her mouth to change the topic. In a few days, the palace will hold a banquet to send off the envoys from various countries. Have third sister and fourth sister received the invitation? Yili shook her head and said, no. Yi Lin smiled and said, the envoys from various countries are here to celebrate third sister and prince's wedding. Even if the others don't attend, the prince and third sister will definitely attend. But how did eldest sister find out faster than third sister and fourth sister? Yi Zhen smiled and said, this time, it was the emperor who gave our family Shitzi the responsibility. Naturally, I know some things first. Yi Shan's eyes lit up and said, then, will eldest sister be going later? Yi Zhen nodded her head shyly and happily. The crown prince said that he would bring me to the palace this time. After saying this, she looked gratefully at Yili. Clearly, Marquis Nan Shitzi had decided to bring a side consort like her to the palace banquet because she had just become Princess Ding's younger sister. Although she was only a secondary consort, Yi Zhen now felt that she could stand firm in the Marquis Fu. After all, even the princess consort didn't have a younger sister who was a Zhaoyi and two younger sisters who were Wang Fei. Based on this point, if she could give birth to an heir, she would have a chance to compete with the princess consort in the future. Even if eldest sister can go, you definitely can't go. Yi Ying glanced at Yi Shan and said coldly. Yi Shan immediately blushed and said embarrassedly, fourth sister, I don't think so. Yi Ying didn't even look at her and said, who has the time to care about what you think? It's just that some people can't see their own status clearly. You. Yi Shan's eyes were red and tears welled up in her eyes. In the end, she could only get up and run out. Yi Ying's words were too harsh. Although they were directed at Yi Shan, Yi Lin still felt uncomfortable. Seeing Yi Shan run away, she also got up and chased after her. Even Yi Zhen's expression was not good. Yili looked strangely at Yi Ying and then at Yi Zhen. Yi Zhen sighed helplessly and said softly, fourth sister, even if you're in a bad mood, don't take it out on sixth sister. Yi Ying gripped the handkerchief in her hand and sneered, I'm in a bad mood. Eldest sister, ask third sister if she's in a good mood. Greetings to the three young ladies. Old Madam invites Princess Ding over for a chat. A maid from Rongla Hall came over to pass on the message. Ying glanced at Yili and sneered, "Third sister, don't you want to know what happened to me? You'll know when you get there." Yili shook her head and got up to look at Ying. "Fourth sister, your temper is fine at home. You're already married, but you're still like this. Do you think Madam can still protect you all the time?" Yi Ying's expression darkened and she stubbornly turned her head away and didn't speak. Yili didn't force her. Although they were blood-related sisters, she didn't have the feelings for them as compared to her former cousins. She also didn't have the same feelings for her cousins in the Su family. If she could persuade them, she would. If they didn't listen, there was nothing she could do. When they arrived at Rongla Hall, old Madame Yi was sitting in the flower hall dressed in a festive manner. When she saw Yili coming in, she smiled like a flower. "Leave her, come and let grandmother take a look." Yili walked over and sat beside old Madame Yi. Old Madame Yi sized up Yili and nodded her head in satisfaction. "Are you used to living in the Ding Palace these few days? Are the servants in the palace easy to order around? Did anyone make things difficult for you?" Yili smiled. "I've made grandmother worry. Li is well. The servants in the palace are also very respectful." Old Madame Yi nodded her head repeatedly. "That's good, that's good. Then you and Prince?" Yili said. "Prince is also easy to get along with." Old Madame Yi was in a difficult position. She looked at Yili and said, "Grandmother is talking about you and Prince. You and Prince, when do you plan to have a child? Prince is not young anymore." Yili was slightly embarrassed. Old Madame Yi pondered for a long time and wanted to ask if they had consummated their marriage. Old Madame Yi stared at her and said, "Don't lie to grandmother. If grandmother can't tell, then she has lived for so many years in vain. You and Prince haven't consummated your marriage yet, right?" Old Madame Yi obviously understood that this granddaughter was different from the others. She quickly gave up beating around the bush and asked directly. She could also tell. Yili thought for a while and said calmly, "Grandmother, you don't have to worry. Prince and I don't feel that we are familiar with each other. It's not too late to get along with each other for a while. Moreover, we are getting along very well now, so there's no hurry." Old Madame Yi looked at Yili's calm face and secretly shook her head in her heart. "Then, who will take care of the affairs of the prince's mansion?" "The external affairs will naturally be taken care of by Prince. The affairs of the prince's mansion will be handed over to me after we return," Yili replied. Old Madame Yi's expression became slightly better. At least this granddaughter knew how to grasp the power of the prince's mansion. Old Madame Yi was really helpless towards Yili and Ying, these two granddaughters. Ying looked smart, but in fact, she was brainless. After marrying into the prince's mansion, she didn't know how to grasp the power of the prince's mansion. Every day, she was jealous of her concubines and made herself look like a resentful wife. In contrast, Yili, who didn't reveal her talents, was obviously much smarter. Just by looking at the attitude of the servants who followed Yili from the prince's mansion, one could tell that she had a good life in the Prince Ding mansion. But she didn't care about Prince Ding too much. Even as Princess Ding, if she wanted a lifetime of glory and wealth, she still had to rely on Prince Ding. Tell grandmother honestly. Is it because of Prince Ding's leg that you?" Old Madame Yi waved away the servants in front of her and grabbed Yili to ask in a low voice. Chapter 93. Yili was speechless, but in old Madame Yi's eyes, her guess was confirmed. Old Madame Yi sighed, "Poor child, grandma knows you have a hard life. But things are already like this, and you have already married into the Prince Ding mansion. What else can you do? Even if you are Princess Ding, you still have to hold tightly onto the prince. The most important thing is to have children. As long as you have children, no one can touch your position. Do you understand?" Does the prince have concubines? Yili shook her head. Old Madame Ye's smile became brighter. It seems that the prince still values you. It's better if you don't have concubines. As long as you have children with the prince first, in the future. Looking at old Madame Ye's speechless expression, Yili pondered for a long time and finally understood old Madame Ye's meaning. Old Madame Ye was telling her that even if she didn't like Mo Xiaoyao's disabled legs, she must have children first. As long as she had children, if she really couldn't accept Mo Xiaoyao, she could push him to other women. Anyway, she was the princess and had status, as long as she had children. A man's favor was mostly unreliable. Why didn't she doubt that Mo Xiaoyao couldn't do it? Yili had some evil thoughts. Thank you for your advice, Grandma, Li knows. In order to prevent old Madame Yi from continuing to impart her experience to her, Yili quickly agreed. Old Madame Yi was very satisfied with her advice and nodded. Good child, Grandma knows that you understand better than Ing. Originally, you shouldn't have said this today, but after you become the Princess Ding, you won't have time to come home. Grandma will say it to you now. After a few days, if you have nothing to do, you can pick up your fifth sister and sixth sister to accompany you in the mansion. Yili was startled and slightly frowned. Old Madame Yi said, Shan and Lin are good children. You sisters grew up together. If they can, it will be helpful for you and Ing. Grandmother's intention was for Lin to be more mature. It would be best if she could follow Ing to the Li Palace. Shan's temperament is lively, and your temperament can suppress her. What do you think? What do you think? What do you think? Yili couldn't help but want to go crazy. Isn't this old lady taking things for granted? Even the personnel had been allocated. It just so happened that the Li Prince Mansion and the Prince Ding Mansion had one each. No wonder Yi Ying's expression was so ugly just now. She was already sullen enough when she fought with Mo Jingli's concubine in the Li Palace. In the end, her maternal family even sent her own sisters to make things worse. Anyone would be depressed. Coughing lightly, Yili straightened her face and said with a smile, Grandmother, isn't it too early to talk about this? The prince and I haven't. If I rush to let my younger sister enter the residence, what will the prince think? Old Madame Yi smiled and said, Grandmother didn't ask you to do it now. Anyway, Shan was still young. It wouldn't hurt to wait another 1 or 2 years. As long as you have a plan in your heart, it's fine. Yili pulled the corner of her mouth and asked, although fifth sister and sixth sister are born of concubines, the status of our minister's mansion is not low. Entering the prince's mansion as a concubine would be a grievance to them. Old Madame Yi waved her hand carelessly and said, Marriage is decided by the parents. What grievance do they have? Isn't entering the prince's mansion as a concubine more honorable than marrying a minor official or a concubine's son as the legal wife? Li doesn't need to worry about the two of them. Shan and Lin have always been obedient. They won't have any objections. I have objections. Yili thought for a while and said, Li understands what grandmother and father mean. But our family's daughters, except for second sister who entered the palace, have all joined the prince's mansion. This is not good for second sister. This matter. Has grandmother discussed it with father? In fact, after thinking about it seriously, Yili understood why old Madame Yi was so worried. Wasn't it because of the unborn child in the palace who was still unknown whether it was a boy or a girl? Not to mention now that she had joined the Prince Ding mansion, even if she was still unmarried, Yili had never planned to cooperate with old Madame Ye's wild and imaginative plan. She really didn't understand why Minister Yi, who was considered an official for a long time, would agree with the plan of an old man who sat at home and didn't go out. Old Madame Yi was stunned. She squinted her old eyes and looked at Yili for a while before saying, what do you mean? Yi smiled and said, Li is also a daughter of the Yi family. If second sister is good, then naturally Li is good. But grandmother can't only care about two princes' mansion. You have to know. Prince always doesn't care about the facts. And the support of the officials in the court is also very important. This. Yi smiled faintly and said, Li doesn't know about fourth sister. But if it's the Prince Ding mansion, grandmother should rest assured that Li doesn't need any help. Old Madam Yi was silent for a moment. She also knew that Yi Li's words made sense. Not to mention that Yi Li was confident that she could control the Prince Ding mansion. Then, she really didn't need the Yi family to compensate another daughter. But if Yi Li wasn't willing and they forced one to go over, it wouldn't look good if the sisters fought against each other. And from old Madam Ye's point of view, whether it was Yi Shan or Yi Lin, they obviously couldn't win against Yi Li. After thinking through this, old Madam Yi didn't insist anymore. She smiled and said, Li's words make sense. It's grandmother who didn't think it through. Just treat it as if grandmother didn't mention it. Although the Prince Ding mansion had a prominent reputation, but in the past generations, Prince Ding had never participated in the royal family's affairs. From this point of view, the Prince Ding mansion's role wasn't as big as the princely mansion. Yes, grandmother didn't say anything. Li also didn't hear anything. Yi Li softly replied. Of course, it would be best to dispel old Madam Ye's thoughts. In the future, the Prince Ding mansion would be her home. She didn't want to see any existence that would make her feel uncomfortable there. After chatting with old Madam Yi for a while, the servants came to invite them to eat. Because it was a family banquet, there weren't any outsiders present. Only old Madam Yi brought Minister Yi and Wang Shi, Mo Jingli and Yi Ying, Mo Xiaoyao and Yi Li, as well as Nan Ho's heir, Fu Zhao. At the dining table, Yi Li could clearly feel a cold gaze sweeping over her body from time to time. Without even looking up, Yi Li could guess who that person was. Yi Ying attentively served Mo Jingli dishes. Mo Jingli was still staring at Yi Li from time to time with an expression as if someone owed him a few thousand taels. Mo Xiaoyao and Yi Li ate leisurely and calmly, occasionally serving each other's favorite dishes. Fu Zhao looked thoughtfully at this side and then at the other side, drinking and eating as if nothing had happened. On the other hand, Minister Ye's expression was slightly awkward and comical. It could be seen that he was trying to make the atmosphere at the banquet more harmonious and natural. But he couldn't afford to offend any of the three sons-in-law. Other than Nan Ho Shitzi, who gave him some face, Mo Xiaoyao wasn't hard to get along with. Mo Jingli's face clearly showed that he wasn't happy. Cough, speaking of Prince, we haven't seen each other in a few years. Let me give you a toast. In the end, it was Fu Zhao who broke the strange atmosphere. He stood and gave a toast to Mo Xiaoyao, also to Wang Fei. May Prince and Wang Fei have a long and happy life together. Mo Xiaoyao raised his wine cup and said with a warm smile, Thank you for your auspicious words. I wasn't able to go and congratulate you on your wedding. Don't blame me. He raised his head and drank Fu Zhao's toast. The smile on Fu Zhao's face became more genuine. He said with a smile, No matter. We've known each other since childhood. Now we are relatives. Before we came, my mother told me to invite Wang Fei to visit the Marquis Fu when she has the time. This Nan Ho Shitzi clearly knew how to conduct himself. Everyone in Jing knew that while Nan Ho Shitzi hadn't inherited the title, the Shitzi Fei was in charge of the Marquis Fu. At this time, he didn't mention the Shitzi Fei and only spoke of the Nan Ho Furen. Chapter 94. Yi Li raised her cup to return the toast and said with a smile, Shitzi has written Nan Ho Furen for me. Yili raised her cup to return the toast and said with a smile, Shitzi has written Nan Ho Foreign for me. Mo Jingli looked at the people talking and laughing in front of him. He lightly snorted and stood, saying, Since Fu Zhao has made a toast, then Mo Xiuyao, I will also make a toast to you. Mo Xiuyao raised an eyebrow and smiled faintly, saying, I also haven't drunk with Jingli in a long time. Will I also make a toast to you and Li Wangfei? Mo Jingli lightly snorted and waved away the servant girl who came forward to pour wine. He personally poured a cup for Mo Xiuyao and himself. He raised his head and drank it all. Then he looked provocatively at the wine cup in front of Mo Xiuyao. Mo Xiuyao smiled and did not speak. He raised the cup and drank it all. Again. Mo Jingli raised the wine pot and filled it again. The two actually started to drink at the table. Yili frowned as she looked at the two men drinking without a word. Minister Ye's eyes were about to fly out but no one paid attention. Old Madame Yi tried to persuade him but was ignored by Mo Jingli. Mo Xiuyao nodded at old Madame Yi with a smile but did not refuse Mo Jingli's urging to drink. Yili glanced at Jin who was standing not far away. Jin detected Yili's gaze and showed an anxious expression as she looked at Mo Xiuyao who was silently drinking. Mo Jingli once again reached out to pour wine, a jade-like hand covering the wine cup. Mo Jingli's face darkened. He raised an eyebrow at Mo Xiuyao and said, Mo Xiuyao, what is the meaning of this? Yili's expression was indifferent. She placed the wine cup in front of her. Is Li Wang drunk? The one who stopped the wine was me. Why are you asking about my family's prince? Mo Jingli sneered and said disdainfully, What business does a woman have when a man drinks? I won't lower myself to a woman's level. Yili smiled coldly, women also won't lower themselves to Prince Li's level. It's just that this consort and prince still need to visit the Su family in the afternoon. Does Prince Li want our prince to visit the Su family while reeking of alcohol? One had to know that not everyone could be as carefree as King Li. Especially since the Su family is a scholarly family. They have a long history of etiquette. Does Prince Li want this consort and prince to be kicked out by uncle? Mo Xiuyao, it can't be that you've developed the problem of being afraid of women after getting married, right? Mo Jingli glared at Yili with a dark expression for a while before speaking to Mo Xiuyao with a cold smile. Mo Xiuyao looked at him calmly. There was even a trace of a smile on his face. Jingli, it's not a bad thing to respect your wife's opinion. Li is right. We still need to visit Sir Su and Imperial Censor Su in the afternoon. You know that Sir Hongyu really dares to kick us out. Mo Jingli was not going to let this go. How could I not know that when returning home, not only does one have to see the maternal family, but one also has to see the maternal family. Stop wasting words. Mo Xiuyao, are you going to drink I's toast or not? I'm not drinking. Mo Xiuyao replied bluntly. Yili, who was sitting next to him, could clearly feel that Mo Xiuyao's mood was unusually good. Even when he was talking to Mo Jingli, Yili could not help but hear a hint of teasing in his voice. Ahem. Prince Li, since Prince Ding still has things to do, let's not force him. It's not too late to drink when we have time. Fu Zhao helplessly tried to mediate the situation. They had all grown up in the capital and had known each other since they were young. Mo Xiuyao and Mo Jingli had not been on good terms since they were young. Who would have thought that after not seeing each other for so many years, they would become even worse? This made things difficult for them, the bystanders, to handle. Looking at Mo Xiuyao, Fu Zhao could not help but rejoice. Mo Xiuyao's temper was much better now, and he could even listen to Wang Fei's advice. If it was in the past, the two of them would have either fought to the death or come to blows. Jingli. Ying coaxed, don't we still have to go out in the afternoon? Let's treat Prince Ding to a drink next time. Mo Jingli narrowed his eyes at her. He snorted softly and did not speak anymore. Everyone else also sighed in relief. Minister Yi rubbed his aching temples and swore in his heart that he would never let these two sons-in-law drink at the same table again. After lunch, Yi Li and Mo Xiaoyao held hands and bid farewell to the Su Fu. Before they left, Su Hongyu called Mo Xiaoyao alone to the study to talk for an hour. Yi Li was not allowed to listen in and could only wait outside the study. The brothers of the Su family, other than Su Qingchen whose whereabouts were unknown and Su Qingze who was ordered around by second aunt, were all in the yard with her. Su Qingyan leaned on the table and looked at Yi Li with a grin as he said, "Li Jijie, my father won't eat brother-in-law. You don't have to worry about him." Yi Li rolled her eyes at him in exasperation. "Which eye of yours saw me worry about him?" Su Qingyan pointed at his eyes and said with a smile, "Both of my eyes saw it." The usually careless Su Qingfeng felt a rare emotion. He looked at Yi Li and said sadly, "I didn't think that in just a few days, Li would become someone else's. If Prince Ding bullies you, come back and tell Sanji. Sanji will definitely stand up for you." Yi Li nodded and said seriously, "I will remember. Sanji, don't worry." Su Qingfeng sighed and said, "In a few days, I will be leaving the capital. Sanji will tell second brother that when second brother gets married, second sister-in-law will often go to the Prince Ding mansion to see you." Su Qingyan smiled and said, "Sanji, you don't have to be so exaggerated. The Prince Ding mansion is not a mountain of swords or a sea of flames. With us here, how could Prince Ding dare to bully Li Jijie?" Su Qingbai, who was by the side, rolled his eyes and said, "Who was the one who retreated the moment they saw Prince Ding? How did the Su family produce such a timid lad that they even hoped that he would stand up for Lear?" Su Qingyan's face turned red. Thinking of someone's methods, he couldn't help but tremble and said, "CGE, you can't blame me for being timid. It's really someone too cruel." Thinking of the two unlucky bandits in the courtyard that night, Su Qingyan went back and had nightmares for a few nights. Now that he saw Mo Xiaoyao, he reflexively wanted to hide behind Su Qingbai. Yi Li looked at Su Qingyan's guilty expression. Although he didn't finish his words, she could guess the gist of it. It was probably someone who did something frightening that scared Su Qingyan. Yi Li didn't intend to delve into this. Mo Xiaoyao was a famous general who had killed his way out of the battlefield when he was young. She didn't expect him to be a spotless and elegant gentleman. After returning to the prince's mansion, Yi Li began to busy herself with taking over the various affairs of the prince's mansion. Just the various account books made Yi Li look at them for 2 days before she was able to figure them out. At the same time, she was secretly amazed that the Ding prince's mansion was indeed rich. Several generations of princes' accumulated family property made Yi Li amazed. When she was almost done, she received an invitation from the palace for a banquet. With the reason of sending envoys from various countries to bid farewell, whether it was Mo Xiaoyao or Yi Li, they obviously couldn't find a reason to refuse. Entering the palace once again, Yi Li's mood wasn't very good because of the unpleasant experience from the last time. The Ding prince's mansion's horse carriage didn't alight at the palace gates like ordinary nobles. Instead, it directly entered the palace gates. Mo Xiaoyao was wearing a moon-white robe with a silver dragon embroidered with auspicious clouds and eagles. His hair was tied up with a white jade crown inlaid with sapphires. He looked cultured and elegant. "Is Li in a bad mood?" Yi Li lazily leaned against the horse carriage and said, "It's nothing. The palace always makes people feel a little depressed." Chapter 95. Mo Xiaoyao couldn't help but smile. "I don't know how many people think of ways to enter the palace. Li's way of thinking is very special. Yili faintly glanced at him and said, stepping on the bones of countless people to climb up, or being stepped on by others to climb up, is it really that interesting? Mo Xiuyao thought and then said with a smile, the process is definitely boring, but the majority of people can't see the process. They only need to imagine that they have climbed to the top. The pleasure of standing above tens of thousands of people is enough for them to forget everything. Yili raised an eyebrow and stared at him for a while before asking, Xiuyao also thinks this way. Mo Xiuyao stilled. He looked down at his hand on the armrest of the wheelchair. A long time later, he said in a deep voice, it's not just that I don't want to be stepped on by others to climb up. The carriage was silent for a while before Yili's voice sounded, I don't like stepping on other people, but I also don't like people stepping on me. Prince, we've arrived. The Empress invites Wang Fei, Ajin said in a deep voice from outside the carriage. The carriage was gradually coming to a stop. Yili estimated inside that the carriage was not at any of the places she had been last time. Based on the general location, it should be near the Empress Feng de Palace. Mo Xiuyao tilted his head and said, I'm going to see the Emperor and can't go in with you. Can you go by yourself? Yili nodded and prepared to leave the carriage. Mo Xiuyao pulled her back and said in a low voice, be careful. If anything happens, immediately have Qing Wan come out and find Ajin. He's near Feng de Palace. Yili frowned and said, but you. Ajin was Mo Xiuyao's personal guard and the person he trusted the most. If Ajin wasn't by his side. Mo Xiuyao laughed and said, you don't think that Ajin is the only person I can trust, right? Don't worry, go. Alright, see you later. Hearing him say this, Yili didn't insist and got off the carriage. There were already people from Feng de Palace waiting outside the carriage. Seeing Yili come down, they hurriedly came forward to greet, this servant greets Princess Ding. This servant is here on the orders of the Empress to welcome Wang Fei. Yili nodded, thank you for your trouble. I don't dare. Princess, please follow this servant. When they entered Feng de Palace, there were already quite a few upper-class women present. Feng de Palace was decorated with a noble atmosphere, but it wasn't overly extravagant. The finer details had a special kind of elegance. Yili couldn't help but feel a little curious about this empress who wasn't famous among the common people. Greetings to the Empress. Long live the Empress. Yili walked into the hall and respectfully bowed to the graceful woman in the hall. Imperial concubine, please dispense with the formalities. Sit. The Empress's voice was elegant and peaceful, without any of the high and mighty aura of the Empress as imagined. Many thanks, Empress. Yili got up and was led by a palace maid to an empty seat at the front. Although Yili was considered the youngest of the upper-class women present, Yili's status wasn't high. But in terms of status, the imperial household was above all the princes, marquises, and dukes in the capital. The status of the imperial concubine was naturally above all the other women. Even though Yili came late, there was still a seat at the front left for her. Yili casually looked around and saw many familiar faces. The first madam of the Duke Huafu was with Hua Tianxiang. Beside Zhao Yang, eldest princess, and Zhao Ren, eldest princess, were Princess Shi Xia and Princess Ronghua, who she hadn't seen in a long time. There was also the beautiful Li Wangfei Ying. At this time, sitting in Feng de Palace, it was clear that they all had some kind of relationship with the imperial household or had titles. Ordinary titled madams weren't among them. After sitting down, Yili looked at the Empress sitting on the phoenix throne. The Empress was wearing a bright yellow phoenix robe, graceful and noble, showing that she was the only queen of the country. When Yili looked over, she happened to see the Empress looking at her with a smile. She couldn't help but be startled. The Empress wasn't particularly beautiful. She was also from the Duke Huafu, but Hua Tianxiang's appearance was better than the Empress's. But that kind of peaceful and graceful posture was something that Hua Tianxiang and all the other upper-class women present didn't have. "Empress, is this the imperial concubine?" A clear voice came from the opposite side, immediately attracting everyone's attention. Yili looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young girl in colorful clothes sitting on the right side of Zhao Yang, eldest princess. Obviously, her status was extraordinary. The Empress smiled and said, "Yes, this is the imperial concubine. Speaking of which, Princess Lingyun has been ill since she came to the Chu capital. She hasn't seen the imperial concubine yet." "Princess Ding, this is Princess Lingyun of the Xiling Kingdom." Yili nodded and said, "Princess Lingyun greets you." With Yili's status, even if Lingyun was a princess, she couldn't be disrespectful. But this princess who had been smiling prettily just now acted as if she didn't hear Yili's words. She impudently looked at Yili before saying, "I heard Brother Wang say that you pulled out the cloud-embracing sword." Yili nodded slightly and said with a faint smile, "I have indeed seen the cloud-embracing sword." Princess Lingyun wasn't satisfied with this answer. She stood up and raised her chin, saying, "This princess doesn't believe it. This princess wants to compete with you." "I don't know how to use a sword," Yili calmly said. "How is that possible? How did you pull out the cloud-embracing sword if you don't know how to use a sword?" Princess Lingyun stared at her and said aggressively. Yili raised her eyebrows and said with a faint smile, "Princess, pulling out a sword and using a sword are two different things. Who said that people who don't know how to use a sword can't pull out a sword?" She really didn't understand why these princesses and young misses were so insistent on forcing others to compete with this and that. They didn't care if the other party knew what they wanted to compete with. This princess doesn't care. This princess wants to compete with you. Could it be that you don't dare to accept the challenge? Yili stood up. "Princess, you are asking this in front of the Empress and all the madams and young misses in the capital. How could I not dare?" Princess Lingyun said with satisfaction, "Since it's like this, where is your sword?" "In reality, I haven't touched any other sword besides the cloud-embracing sword. The sword that Genom of Gojoseon sent me that day was the first time I encountered such a weapon. So I don't have a sword and I don't know how to hold one." "Pfft, forcing someone who hasn't even touched a sword to compete with you. Empress, can Tianxiang compete with the general in embroidery tomorrow and claim that my embroidery skills are the best in the world?" Hua Tianxiang leaned against Madame Hua and asked. Her voice wasn't loud, but it spread throughout the entire palace. Many people couldn't help but cover their mouths and chuckle. The Empress glared at Hua Tianxiang, but there was a faint smile in her eyes. "You have the nerve to talk about your little embroidery." Hua Tianxiang covered her face and laughed. "Aunt Empress, how can you say that? I just want to have a good reputation. The title of being the best in the world is so impressive." Yili looked at Hua Tianxiang gratefully. Hua Tianxiang winked at her and leaned against Madame Hua, covering her face shyly. The Empress held back her laughter and said to Princess Lingyun, "Princess, Princess Ding isn't good at swordsmanship, so let's not compete." Princess Lingyun's face was already red from Hua Tianxiang's words. She gritted her teeth and said, "She clearly pulled out the cloud-embracing sword. How can she not know swordsmanship? She's clearly toying with this princess." Chapter 96. The cloud-embracing sword belongs to the Ding Palace. Princess Ding can pull it out however she likes. What does it have to do with you whether her swordsmanship is better or not? Princess Ronghua glanced at Princess Lingyun and sneered, "Are all foreign princesses so strange? Do they all like to force others to compete with each other? You know that she can't do it, but you still won't give up." Why don't you just ask Princess Ding to admit defeat and admit that your swordsmanship is better than hers? You. Hearing Infanta Ronghua's words, not only Princess Lingyun, but also Princess Xixia, who was beside her, felt a little embarrassed. Many people present couldn't help but remember that Princess Xixia asked Princess Ding to compete with her in dancing during the flower festival. The Empress saw that it was going to be awkward, so she quickly said, "Well, let's forget about it. Ronghua, don't talk nonsense in front of the two princesses." Princess Ronghua snorted and sat next to Princess Xiaoran and stopped talking. Compared with Yili, she hated Zhaoyang Princess and Princess Xixia, who were as aggressive and deep as her. She also hated the new and arrogant Princess Lingyun. Noble Consort Lu is here. With a sharp announcement, Noble Consort Lu, dressed in a yellow dress, stepped into the hall with a cold look. "Greetings, Empress." Noble Consort Lu was still as indifferent and arrogant as last time. She just bowed slightly to the Empress. It seemed that this noble consort didn't intend to give face to the Empress Dowager or the Empress. The Empress seemed to be used to Noble Consort Lu's appearance. She nodded slightly and said, "No need." Why did Noble Consort Lu come to Fengde Palace today? Many noblewomen present also showed a surprised expression. Noble Consort Lu usually didn't attend the banquets in the palace. Even though many of them went to the palace almost once a month, they rarely saw Noble Consort Lu. Noble Consort Lu said coldly, "I have nothing to do. The Emperor said that Empress's palace was lively, so I came to see." "Empress, don't you doubt it?" The Empress frowned slightly, but still said generously, "Since you are interested, then sit down quickly." She waved her hand to let the palace maids prepare a seat for Noble Consort Lu. Noble Consort Lu walked to Yili and asked, "Can I sit here?" Yili smiled and said, "If you don't mind, please sit down." Seeing Noble Consort Lu sit down next to Yili, the Empress didn't bother to prepare anything else for her. The Empress had always kept a respectful distance from Noble Consort Lu, the Emperor's favorite concubine. Fortunately, although Noble Consort Lu was very arrogant and sometimes even capricious and unreasonable, she restrained herself a little in front of the Empress. Today's coldness and unreasonableness was the limit. At least compared to the Empress Dowager, the Empress felt that she was strangely balanced. Noble Consort Lu sat next to Yili with a cold and serious face. The women who wanted to talk to Yili, the new Princess Ding, gave up for the time being. They didn't know that Noble Consort Lu never gave face to others. If they got close to her and annoyed her, they would only be embarrassed. With no one to talk to, Yili had to sit in her seat and listen to others. Fortunately, she was also a person who could sit still. "I heard what happened in the hall just now." Yili thought that Noble Consort Lu wouldn't talk to her. Hearing the faint voice next to her, she was slightly stunned. "You are so useless. Last time, you didn't know how to dance with the Princess of Nanzhao. This time, you don't know how to sword with the Princess of West Hill either. What do you know?" Noble Consort Lu's voice was full of dissatisfaction and disdain. Fortunately, her voice was very low. Otherwise, the rumor that Princess Ding was scolded by Noble Consort Lu at the first palace banquet would be spread all over the capital. Listening to Noble Consort Lu's scolding, Yili didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If she remembered correctly, this Noble Consort Lu only admired Mo Xiaoyao and not his mother. What's with this tone full of disdain? "Nyang nyang, I have no interest in dancing. Also, the Ding Palace doesn't need a princess who can dance. As for swordsmanship, it doesn't seem to be something that the noble ladies in the capital need to learn." Noble Consort Lu snorted and said, "You forgot to mention that your painting skills are ordinary. You even need people to write poems for you. I need to be careful. If you dare to lose face, I won't forgive you." "Nyang nyang, are you really not Mo Xiaoyao's mother?" What are noble consort Lu and Princess Ding talking about? Why are you talking so happily? Eldest Princess Xiaoran suddenly asked. Noble consort Lu raised her head and stared at her for a while before saying, "Which eye of eldest Princess Xiaoran saw that I was happy?" Eldest Princess Xiaoran choked and couldn't say anything. Yili sighed in her heart. She was endlessly envious of noble consort Lu's straightforward personality. It was a pity that not everyone had the right to be so straightforward. If it wasn't for the Emperor's protection, with noble consort Lu's personality, no matter how good her family background was, she wouldn't be able to live long in the palace. Seeing eldest Princess Xiaoran's speechless and angry expression, noble consort Lu seemed to be in a good mood. She stared at the person in front of her and proudly said, "Didn't eldest princess ask what I and Princess Ding were talking about? I said that since Princess Ding doesn't know swordsmanship, how about I compare notes with Princess Lingyun?" Noble consort. The Empress frowned in disapproval. Noble consort Lu didn't care. She only coldly stared at Princess Lingyun and said, "Princess, what do you think?" Although Princess Lingyun hadn't been in the capital for long, it didn't stop her from knowing that noble consort Lu was the most favored noble consort of the Eastern Emperor Chu. No matter what, she definitely wouldn't make a move against noble consort Lu. Regardless of whether she won or lost, if she accidentally hurt noble consort Lu, the Eastern Emperor Chu would investigate and she would be the passive party. After all, they were still on Eastern Chu soil. Just now, Lingyun was just joking with Princess Ding. Lingyun is young and doesn't know any better. How could she dare to make a move against noble consort? Alright, noble consort. Princess Lingyun is just being childish. Moreover, she doesn't know that Princess Ding doesn't know swordsmanship. She isn't deliberately trying to humiliate our Chu state. The Empress lightly said. Her face had a rare resolute expression that couldn't be disobeyed. As a noble consort Lu standing up for Princess Ding was both good and bad. Moreover, the matter of noble consort Lu admiring Prince Ding before entering the palace wasn't a secret among the nobles. What she needed to do was find a suitable excuse for noble consort Lu to stand up for him. She chatted with the Empress for a while. Because it was still early for the banquet, the Empress invited the noblewomen to the imperial garden to enjoy themselves. Thus, everyone thanked the Empress and left for the imperial garden. Before leaving, noble consort Lu was asked to stay by the Empress. Once they left Feng de Palace, Hua Tianxiang immediately approached Yili and said with a smile, "Greetings to Princess Ding." Yili glanced at her and said, "Do you have too much time on your hands?" Hua Tianxiang waved her hand and said, "How can you say this? According to the rules, I should at least greet the imperial consort." So, noble consort Lu didn't make things difficult for you just now, did she? Yili didn't understand, why would she make things difficult for me? Hua Tianxiang silently looked at her with a compassionate expression. Li, I've long told you to go out more often, but you didn't listen. Don't tell me you don't know noble consort Lu. Hua Tianxiang finally realized that it wasn't a good thing to gossip about a noble consort in the palace. She moved closer to Yili and whispered in her ear, "Before noble consort Lu entered the palace, she was very admiring of Prince Ding." Yili was speechless. Even Hua Tianxiang knew this. It seemed that it wasn't just admiring. She nodded, "I know. She didn't make things difficult for me." Chapter 97. Hua Tianxiang walked beside Yili and shrugged. "To be honest, I was shocked that she would stand up for you. Judging from her expression, it doesn't seem like she has other intentions towards you. Noble consort Lu's swordsmanship is very good." Yili decided not to tell Hua Tianxiang that she was despised by noble consort Lu. Hua Tianxiang sighed, her face full of envy and jealousy. Speaking of which, every year in the capital, there has been a selection of the most talented woman or the most beautiful woman. But noble consort Lu was definitely a real beauty and talent. It is said that the 100-flower feast that year was the most exciting year since the founding of the Dechu state. At that time, the two women who participated in the competition were Han Mingyue's top two beauties of the Chu capital. You can imagine the scene. Yili agreed. Even if she didn't see it, she could imagine the ferocity of the competition. In the end, noble consort Lu won. No, she lost. Hua Tianxiang said regretfully. At that time, noble consort Lu was only 13 years old, and Su Zuidi was already 16. Even if noble consort Lu is now a peerless beauty, she was only a beauty at 13 years old. So the top beauty of the Chu capital was Su Zuidi. The second beauty of noble consort Lu was painted by Han Mingyue when noble consort Lu was 15 years old. Of course, in terms of appearance, I have never seen a woman better than Su Zuidi in this world. Noble consort Lu lost without complaint. Yes. And then the two of them faced each other. That year's 100-flower feast basically had nothing to do with other people. Su Zuidi took first place in dance, painting, poetry, and zither. Noble consort Lu took first place in chess and calligraphy. Their opponent took second place. After Su Zuidi got engaged, she didn't participate in the 100-flower feast anymore. Noble consort Lu, on the other hand, took first place in dance, painting, poetry, zither, and so on. As long as there was a 100-flower feast, she took first place. Yili was completely convinced. No wonder noble consort Lu looked down on her. She was indeed very capable. Seeing that Yili didn't care, Hua Tianxiang said angrily, "Can't you work harder? Don't you have any sense of crisis?" Yili sighed, "You think too much." She and noble consort Lu were not on the same path, okay? If she really had to learn to be a peerless genius, she would rather play a month-long wilderness survival game. She had no problem drawing topographical maps or gun blueprints, but when it came to drawing, she was only good at drawing embroidery. She had already outperformed herself during the 100-flower festival. Forget it. Waving her hand, Hua Tianxiang glanced at Princess Ling Yun, who was staring at the two of them, and asked, "How did you provoke Princess Ling Yun this time?" Yili helplessly replied, "I'm sure this is the first time I've seen Princess Ling Yun. I've only seen the Crown Prince of Jinan in Xiling before." Hua Tianxiang was puzzled. Why didn't she look like she wanted to eat you? Cloud grasping sword. This was the only thing she could think of that had anything to do with Princess Ling Yun. Cloud grasping sword. That belongs to the Ding Palace. What does it have to do with Princess Ling Yun? Everyone knows that it was sent back from the Western Tomb. Princess Ling Yun probably couldn't bear to part with it. Let's go somewhere else. Yili suggested as she stared at Princess Ling Yun, who was walking towards them. Hua Tianxiang curled her lips. If it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, it can't be avoided. Don't tell me you want to run around the Imperial Garden. Ding Palace's consort. While they were talking, Princess Ling Yun had already arrived in front of them. The noble ladies who were not too far away also inadvertently glanced over. "Princess, is there anything else?" Princess Ling Yun said, "This princess wants to talk to the princess alone." Yili frowned and said, "I don't know what I need to talk to the princess about." Princess Ling Yun's beautiful face slightly sunk as she said, "This princess has traveled 1,000 miles to come here. Could it be that Ding Wang Fei isn't even willing to compensate this princess for a walk in the Imperial Garden?" Yili helplessly nodded and said, "Since it's like this, princess, please." Princess Ling Yun gave a soft snort and raised her head as she walked forward. Yili gave a comforting look to the worried Hua Tianxiang and followed with a sigh. Young people nowadays really need to be taught a lesson. Princess Lingyun dismissed her maid, and Yili was naturally embarrassed to let Qing Wan and the others follow. The two walked side by side along the path of the imperial garden. Yili asked, "Princess, is there anything you want to say to me?" Princess Lingyun turned her head to look at her and snorted, "You are not worthy of Prince Ding." Yili smiled, "Princess, you flatter me. Marrying a daughter to a high position, doesn't this mean that I have joined a good family and found a good husband?" Lingyun said disdainfully, "You don't have to pretend like this princess has already investigated you. An unknown young lady of the minister's mansion, and a woman whose engagement was broken off by Li Wang. She was betrothed to Prince Ding by the emperor, so she has some reputation in the Chu capital. Even if you got the title of the most talented woman in the capital, so what? You are still not worthy of Prince Ding." "Oh, is that so?" Yili's expression did not change, and she asked lightly, "Even if I am not worthy of Prince Ding, what does it have to do with you, princess?" Princess Lingyun raised her eyebrows, and said with a slightly proud smile, "You will soon know what this princess and this princess have to do with each other. Prince Ding is this princess's, Yili, if you know what's good for you, then obediently scram." Yili frowned, and stared seriously at Princess Lingyun in front of her for a long time, before asking, "Princess, I have a question to ask." "Speak." "May I ask, does Xiao Yao know who you are?" Yili asked, "According to what I know, Xiao Yao has not left home for at least 7 years, then the most conservative estimate is that even if you met each other, it would be when the princess was 7 or 8 years old. May I ask, do you think Xiao Yao remembers who you are? Or, does he not know you at all? So what? I am the most honorable princess of Daling, could it be that I cannot compare to you?" Princess Lingyun glared at her angrily. Yili looked at her strangely. If the princess really wanted to marry Prince Ding, shouldn't she have appeared before our wedding to fight with me? Now that we are already married, why did the princess only appear? You have to know that the Prince Ding mansion has never had a case of marrying 2 consorts at the same time, or divorcing a wife and remarrying again. Or would the princess rather be a concubine? If not, even if I die, and the princess successfully marries into the Prince Ding mansion, she will only be a stepwife, and will still have to come to my coffin to kowtow and burn incense on the 1st and 15th of every month. You wish. This princess will definitely become Prince Ding's official consort." Princess Lingyun said angrily. "You can think whatever you want." Yili looked at her pitifully. "However, I feel that heir apparent Genom of Gojoseon's intentions seem to be different from yours, don't you think so?" A trace of hatred flashed through Princess Lingyun's eyes. If Lei Dingfeng hadn't put her under house arrest in the embassy the moment they arrived in the Chu capital, and announced to the public that she was not in good health, and only released her after Prince Ding's wedding. Why did she only come to find Yili now? Yili smiled as she looked at Princess Lingyun, whose expression kept changing, and continued, "Speaking of which, there aren't many who bring a young princess on a diplomatic mission to a neighboring country. Usually, it's for political marriage. I heard that Xi Ling suffered a snowstorm last winter, could it be? There were many things that she just didn't want to think about, but it wasn't that she couldn't understand. She wasn't worried about this Princess Lingyun at all. No matter how capable she was, the emperor would definitely not let Imo Xiaoyao marry a Xi Ling princess to make things difficult for him. Not to mention the Xi Ling princess, even the princess of the northern tribes and the princess of the southern Zhao had nothing to do with Imo Xiaoyao. Only the little princess in front of her couldn't see the situation clearly, and thought that she could get what she wanted if she directly came to her and asked her to back down. She really didn't want to look down on the intelligence of these princesses, but, were there any normal princesses among the younger generation? Or were they really too young? Chapter 98. What exactly do you like about Prince Ding? Yili asked curiously as she looked at the determined Princess Lingyun in front of her. Princess Lingyun gave a soft snort and said, "What do you know? Prince Ding is the most outstanding man in the world, the youngest and most powerful general, as well as the most talented man in the world. This princess wants to marry the most outstanding man in the world. He doesn't seem to be as outstanding as you say." Yili reminded her. You're really unbearably unscrupulous. Talking to you makes this princess feel extremely disgusted. Prince Ding must be blind to fall in love with a woman like you. I know that it was the Eastern Chu Emperor who gave the order for him to marry you. How could a woman like you understand just how outstanding he is? Looking at the righteous woman in front of her, Yili reflected on whether or not she should be ashamed. Compared to this princess in front of her, young Chanru was so normal and Yiying was so cute. I will definitely become Princess Ding. Princess Lingyun stared at her and said resolutely. Work hard, I wish you success. Yili lightly said. I will definitely become Princess Ding. Princess Lingyun said through gritted teeth. Then she jumped into the man-made lake by the side of the road. Save me, the princess has fallen into the water. A sharp female voice rang out in the royal garden. Yili cursed and also jumped into the water. Bastard, there really are a lot of crazy people these days. Mo Xiuyao, you better prepare to die. The moment she fell into the water, Yili couldn't help but want to curse. Even though she had persisted in training her skills and body these past few years, compared to her previous life where she had to go through wind and rain and roll in the mud, there was still a gap. Moreover, even if this body wasn't favored, it was still a pampered girl from a wealthy family. When she entered the water, she couldn't help but have a slight spasm. Fortunately, Yili was already mentally prepared. She quickly adjusted herself and headed towards Princess Lingyun. She successfully grabbed the struggling Princess Lingyun and dragged her towards the bottom of the water. With a single glance, she could tell that this Princess Lingyun didn't know how to swim. Yili couldn't help but sneer. Very good, should she praise this princess for having the courage to sacrifice herself for love? Daring to jump into the water without knowing how to swim. Then let her experience what it feels like to drown. She believes that in the future she will know what it means to do. Originally, Princess Lingyun didn't panic. She knew that someone would come to save her. But soon, she realized that she was quickly sinking to the bottom of the water. She couldn't help but panic and struggle even more fiercely. Yili snorted in her heart. She clearly felt the movement in the water and knew that someone had entered the water. Yili quickly went behind Princess Lingyun and knocked her out. Then, she dragged her to the other side. When she estimated that Princess Lingyun was about to reach her limit, she pushed her back. It seemed that in an instant, everyone in the Imperial Garden had gathered by the lake. The Shilin Kingdom guards and the Imperial Garden guards who arrived first had already entered the water to save her. She's there. The people by the lake suddenly shouted. Everyone quickly looked over and saw a colorful brocade emerging from the water. Then, they saw that Princess Ding had also emerged. One of her hands was supporting Princess Lingyun. In everyone's eyes, it was clearly Princess Ding who had saved Princess Lingyun. Yili looked at the guards who had discovered their figures and quickly swam over. She smiled at Princess Lingyun, who was still unconscious. Princess, wake up. Princess, someone has come to save us. Originally, Yili didn't use too much strength to save Princess Lingyun, who was dragged out of the water, quickly opened her eyes. However, she realized that Yili was smiling mockingly at her. Ignoring their current situation, Princess Lingyun screamed, "Let go of I." Then, she struggled with all her might. Princess, don't move. Be careful. I don't need you to care about me. Seeing that the guards were already in front of her, Princess Lingyun fearlessly pushed Yili away. Very good. Yili looked terrified as she followed the direction that Princess Lingyun had pushed her away and sank back into the water. When Princess Lingyun came out of the water, the palace maids waiting on the shore immediately put on dry clothes for her. Qing Yu and Qing Xia angrily glared at Princess Lingyun and said, "Princess, our princess was kind enough to save you. Why did you push her?" Princess Lingyun raised her head. As expected, she saw that many people were looking at her with condemning eyes. She couldn't help but be surprised. This was different from what she had originally planned. "I didn't push her." Hua Tianxiang coldly smiled and said, "A princess dares to do something but doesn't dare to admit it. Even if you want to lie, you should make up a lie that can fool people. Or does the princess think that everyone here is blind?" Princess Lingyun angrily said, "She pushed this princess down. This princess doesn't need her to save me." The Sunshine eldest princess said with a heavy expression, "Princess means that Princess Ding pushed you into the water and then jumped in herself to save you. In the end, you are safe and sound. She still hasn't come up. Princess better pray that Princess Ding is fine. Otherwise, even if you are the Xiling princess, my Dechu state won't let this go." "Princess, we found the princess," Qing Yu anxiously called out from the shore. In the lake, Qing Shuang and Qing Wan each supported the clearly unconscious Yili to the surface. The people on the shore quickly helped pull her up and put on dry clothes for Yili. Qing Yu held her hand and took her pulse. Zhaoyang princess anxiously looked at Yili and said, "How is it? Why hasn't the imperial physician come yet?" Qing Yu raised her head and said, "Many thanks for the princess' concern." The princess drank a few mouthfuls of water and fainted. There shouldn't be anything serious. However, the princess needs a place to rest. Zhaoyang princess looked around and said decisively, "This place is the closest to Morning Glow Hall. Send Princess Ding there." Everyone crowded around the unconscious Yili and led by Zhaoyang princess to Morning Glow Hall. Princess Lingyun, who had also fallen into the water but was safe and sound, was naturally unintentionally ignored by everyone. Looking at the crowd hurriedly leaving, Princess Lingyun's face alternated between green and white. "Princess!" The palace maid of the Xiling kingdom following her carefully called out. "Get out!" Princess Lingyun said angrily. The atmosphere in Morning Glow Hall was heavy. In the inner hall, Mo Xiuyao sat by the bed with a grave expression and looked at the unconscious woman on the bed. The imperial physician carefully went forward to take her pulse. The eldest princess sat at the side and asked with a frown, "How is Princess Ding?" The imperial physician thought for a moment and glanced at Mo Xiuyao before replying, "Your Highness, Princess, the princess consort is fine. It's just, she was frightened. This subject will prescribe some calming medicine to expel the cold." The eldest princess said, "Since she's fine, why hasn't the princess woken up yet?" The imperial physician said, The princess is a woman. She probably choked on water in a hurry and fainted. But it's not serious. She'll wake up after resting for a while." The eldest princess couldn't help but think of how Yili had carried Princess Lingyun to the surface of the water and had been suddenly pushed by Princess Lingyun. Her expression became even heavier. She nodded and said, "Go and boil the medicine." Chapter 99. Chen bids farewell. There was only Zhaoyang princess and Mo Xiuyao left in the room. Zhaoyang princess stood and said, "Xiuyao, take good care of Wang Fei. I will seek justice for Princess Lingyun for Princess Ding." Mo Xiuyao nodded faintly, "Thank you for your trouble, but this matter should be settled after Princess Li wakes up." Zhaoyang princess sighed and nodded, "As you wish. Stay with your Wang Fei. I will leave first." Seeing the eldest princess leave, Mo Xiuyao moved his wheelchair forward. He stared at the sleeping woman on the bed for a beat before asking slowly, "Princess Li, do you plan on sleeping through tonight's palace banquet?" Yi Li's eyelashes trembled slightly and she slowly opened her eyes. "How did you know?" Mo Xiaoyao shook his head and said faintly, "Intuition. Even the Grand Physician was fooled, how could I know?" Thinking back to how the Grand Physician was puzzled and confused, and could only say in the end that she was unconscious due to shock, Mo Xiaoyao had a faint smile in his eyes. "Princess Li, I never knew that you liked saving people from danger so much." Mo Xiaoyao looked at Yi Li and said faintly. Yi Li said helplessly, "I didn't have a choice. If I didn't save her, it would have been me who pushed her into the water." Mo Xiaoyao's eyes flashed. "Just now, outside, Princess Lingyun did insist that you pushed her into the water." "Outside, she was really stubborn. She could still make a fuss after that," Yi Li exclaimed. Under the water, she had really made a fuss with Princess Lingyun. She didn't think that she would make a fuss when she didn't want to see the Grand Physician. Thinking about the main culprit of her misfortune, Yi Li's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. She stared at Mo Xiaoyao's half-exposed handsome face and said, "Speaking of Prince, today's matter is also because of you. Do you have anything to say?" Mo Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows and looked at her questioningly. Yi Li snorted and said, "That Princess Lingyun is infatuated with Prince. She even vowed that she would become the Ding King's princess. Shi Ling's Princess Lingyun." Mo Xiaoyao frowned. Yi Li stared at him with a dangerous look in her eyes. "Don't tell me you really have some kind of promise with this princess?" Yi Li asked. How could he kidnap a 7 or 8-year-old girl? Such a bastard, she must beat him to death. Mo Xiaoyao shook his head and looked at Yi Li seriously. "I can confirm that Princess Lingyun and I have never met before." "If you haven't met before, why would she cry and make a fuss about marrying you? She even jumped into the lake herself. Could it be because of the Ding King's position?" Yi Li didn't understand. She didn't suspect that Mo Xiaoyao would lie to her on this matter. In fact, the probability of Mo Xiaoyao and Princess Lingyun knowing each other wasn't high. Logically speaking, marrying into the Ding King's residence doesn't seem to be in the interest of a Shi Ling princess. If Shi Ling wants a marriage alliance, the best choice is to marry Princess Lingyun to the emperor. Mo Xiaoyao glanced at her and seemed to be surprised. "How do you know that Shi Ling wants a marriage alliance? Otherwise, why would they bring a princess over from so far away to visit?" Mo Xiaoyao said, "Shi Ling and our Dechu state have always been at odds. Even if these few years are considered peaceful, everyone knows that sooner or later, they will fight. Normally, Shi Ling wouldn't really let a princess come to Dechu state for a political marriage alliance. In this kind of situation, a political marriage alliance was equivalent to a hostage. Once the two countries fought, no matter if you were a princess or a commandery princess, you could only be a pitiful sacrifice." Yi Li frowned. What he said was true. In this kind of situation where both sides knew what was going on, even if the emperor of Shi Ling had no place to put his daughters, there was no need to send them to his enemy. Mo Xiaoyao watched as she leaned against the headboard and frowned, deep in thought. His eyes warmed. "Don't think too much. Whether they want a marriage alliance or not, we will know at the palace banquet tonight." When Yi Li and Mo Xiaoyao walked out, the people who were whispering in the hall immediately fell silent. Clearly, the incident in the Imperial Garden had alarmed many people. Not only the Empress, but even the Emperor had come. Other than the northern tribes, envoys from other countries also came. Seeing the two of them come out, Mo Xiaoyao's gaze first fell on Yi Li. After a moment, he asked, "Prince Ding, how is Princess Ding?" Mo Xiaoyao calmly said, "Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. Princess Li is fine." The Empress nodded in relief. "It's good that Princess Ding is fine. Princess Ding, please sit. The two of them thanked the Empress and Yili sat down. Opposite them, the Crown Prince of Xiling Genom of Gojoseon, Ladingfeng, stood up and said in a clear voice, Princess Ding, Ling Yun was frightened just now and accidentally frightened the princess consort. Please forgive her. Before he finished speaking, Princess Ling Yun, who was beside him, stood up in pain and shouted, Royal brother, I already said that she pushed me down. Princess Xiaoyang frowned and looked at Princess Ling Yun. Princess, everyone here saw that Princess Ding wanted to save you. Instead, you pushed the exhausted Princess Ding into the water, causing her to faint. Princess Ling Yun was so angry that her face turned red. I have a witness. Princess Xiaoyang frowned and said faintly, I know. Princess just said that your maid saw Princess Ding push you into the water with her own eyes. But, to save your performance in front of Ding Wangfei informed the palace and the situation in the water, it would be hard for people to believe your maid's words. Princess Ling Yun shrieked, you are saying that this princess is lying. Princess Xiaoyang looked at her calmly. Even though she did not answer, her expression was enough to say. Ling Yun, don't make trouble. Lei Dingfeng scolded in a deep voice. Princess Ling Yun was so angry that she started crying. She said hatefully, fine. If you don't believe this princess, then this princess will use my death to prove it. Finishing, she pulled out a golden hairpin from her head and was about to stab it into her heart. Princess, you can't. Ling Yun. Lei Dingfeng quickly grabbed Princess Ling Yun's arm and snatched the hairpin away. He looked at this willful cousin of his with a headache. At the same time, he looked at Yili with some suspicion. Even though this cousin of his loved to make trouble, she had never had such an intense reaction before. Could it be that he had really wronged her? Princess Ding, can you tell me what happened at that time? Lei Dingfeng stared into Yili's eyes and asked. Yili calmly looked at him and softly said, I also don't know what happened. Princess Ling Yun was talking to me when she suddenly fell into the lake. Then I fell down as well. Lei Dingfeng's brows furrowed even tighter. He looked at Yili with some vigilance and said, you also fell in. Then do you know how you fell in? Yili shook her head. Princess Ling Yun suddenly fell down. I was shocked and before I could react, I had already fallen into the lake. Princess Ding seems to know how to swim. Lei Dingfeng said. Yili smiled and said, not really. It's just that I drowned when I was young, so I learned a bit. It's just that I don't have any experience, so... Chapter 100. Yili didn't seem to have said anything, but in the ears of everyone present, she had said everything. They even smoothly outlined the entire situation in their minds. Everyone had seen with their own eyes that it was Princess Ling Yun who had forcefully pulled Princess Ding to talk to her. The two must have been talking about something unpleasant, and Princess Ling Yun had accidentally fallen into the lake in her excitement, bringing Princess Ding down with her. If that was all, it would be fine to treat it as an accident. However, Princess Ding had clearly saved Princess Ling Yun. Who would have thought that Princess Ling Yun would repay kindness with enmity and push Princess Ding into the water, causing Princess Ding to faint? Furthermore, while the victim was unconscious, she claimed that the other party had pushed her into the water. Instantly, everyone in the hall looked at Princess Ling Yun and the envoy of West Hill differently. The nobles of Dechu State already didn't have a good impression of the people of West Hill. Now, they were even more displeased. What kind of conduct did the people of West Hill have? Actually, Princess Ling Yun doesn't have to seek death like this. After all, this is the palace of Dechu State. If something happens to the princess of West Hill, wouldn't it hurt the friendship between West Hill and Dechu State? Although I am a woman, I definitely won't do something that will harm the peace between the two countries. Yili looked at Princess Ling Yun and said calmly, but I am a little confused. Princess Lingyun and I came from the Imperial Garden. We both left our maids behind. Logically speaking, in that position, no matter if the princess fell or I pushed her down, your maids wouldn't be able to see it unless they were standing by the lake. How did they see me push the princess down with their own eyes? Your Majesty, could you please summon my maid and Princess Lingyun's maids in? The Emperor glanced at Imo Jingqi. Seeing that he didn't object, he nodded and said, "We'll do as you say." Qing Wan and the others soon came in, along with the maids that Princess Lingyun brought from the West Hill. In the end, it was Xiaoyang Princess who asked, "Were you with the princess and the princess at that time?" Qing Yu took a step forward and said, reporting to the princess, "At that time, Princess Lingyun said that she wanted to speak with our princess consort alone and took the initiative to dismiss her own palace maids. Thus, princess consort ordered us servants not to follow." The Sunshine eldest princess raised her eyebrows and continued to ask, "Then, did you see what happened by the lake?" Qing Yu shook her head and said, "There is a rockery between the lakeside and the Imperial Garden. We were a little further away and were blocked by the rockery, so we didn't see what happened." Princess Lingyun's maid stepped forward and said, "We saw it. It was Princess Ding who pushed our princess down." Xiaoyang Princess said, "I also know about the rockery by the lake. I used to play in it when I was young. If you were standing behind the rockery, you definitely wouldn't have seen what happened by the lake." "We weren't behind the rockery," the maid blurted out. Xiaoyang Princess raised her eyebrows and looked at Princess Lingyun with a faint smile, asking, "Oh, then where were you at that time?" We were by the peach forest by the lake." The maid seemed to feel that she had said something wrong. She glanced at the West Hill in a panic and reluctantly answered. Xiaoyang Princess nodded, "If you were there, you could have seen it. But I want to know, why did you, who should have been waiting behind, walk around almost half of the Imperial Garden and appear by the peach forest? I remember that there is a small river between the peach forest and the rockery by the lake. The bridge seems to be a bit far." This. In front of so many people and the Emperor and Empress of Dechu State, the maid didn't dare to not answer the eldest princess. She could only say, "Yes. Princess wants us to go there, go there." Xiaoyang Princess smiled and said, "Go there for what? If it was in March, it would make sense to pick a few peach blossoms. But it's almost June now. Normal people wouldn't go there." We. The maid wanted to ask Princess Lingyun for help in a panic. However, at this time, Princess Lingyun couldn't think of any reason to justify herself. She could only argue, no matter how I's maid got there, at least it proves that they saw I being pushed into the lake. The eldest princess was born in the palace and wasn't easy to fool. Her phoenix eyes stared at the maid and said, "Since you said that Princess Ding pushed Princess Lingyun, then how did Princess Ding push her? At the time, was Princess Lingyun facing Princess Ding from the front, back, or side? Did Princess Ding use her left hand or right hand to push her? Did Princess Lingyun call out when Princess Ding pushed her into the water? If she did, what did she call out?" The maid's face froze. After a while, she said, "We remember. The princess back was facing Princess Ding. Princess Ding used her left and right hand to push the princess. After the princess was pushed in, she was still screaming for help." On the side, Lei Dingfeng's face sunk. He cursed in his heart for being an idiot. The Sun eldest princess' expression changed and she said in a stern voice, "Impudent. You dare to lie in front of the Emperor and Empress." The guards that were patrolling the lake said that they didn't hear any cries for help. They only rushed over because they heard your cries. When they saw the ripples on the water, they knew someone had fallen into the water. Why did you hear Princess Lingyun's cries for help? Or is it because your martial arts are better than the guards in the palace? I The maid forced herself to make up a long string of answers. She was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Being scolded by the eldest princess, her body turned soft and she immediately fell to the ground. "Princess, have mercy, this servant is, shut up." Lei Tingfing suddenly said, "You clearly didn't hear Ling Yun's cries for help. If the eldest princess asks, just answer honestly. Don't add oil to the fire and say things that aren't true." The maid was stunned. She quickly nodded and said, "Yes. This servant knows her mistake." This servant didn't hear the princess' cries for help. Lei Tingfing turned around and smiled at Yi Li as he cupped his fists and said, "Wang Fei, please forgive her. This girl has been with Ling Yun since she was young and hasn't seen much. She was nervous and must have misjudged Wang Fei. Ling Yun has always trusted this girl. Today, she was frightened and misled by her. Wang Fei, please forgive her." Yi Li looked at Ling Yun's expression that refused to admit her mistake. She smiled coldly. "Shizi's words are too serious. It's not a big deal. It's just, this is the first time this consort attends a palace banquet, and this kind of mistake has really shamed the Ding Palace. Maybe. Princess Ling Yun's words are reasonable. Princess, don't you think so?" Princess Ling Yun snorted and turned her head away from Yi Li. Princess Ronghua, who was sitting beside Princess Xiaoyang, suddenly raised her eyebrows and smiled, asking, "What did Princess Ling Yun say to make Princess Ding agree?" Yi Li faintly sighed and said, "This consort is so rude that she has lost the face of the Ding Palace and the prince. Maybe tomorrow Prince will give this consort a letter of divorce. This Princess Ding will probably be replaced." The Empress softly scolded, "Nonsense, this is just an accident. How can Prince Ding be so unreasonable?" Chapter 101. Mo Xiaoyao, who had been sitting idly and watching the show, nodded with a solemn expression. "What the Empress said is right." He tilted his head and smiled at Yi Li. "Rest assured, Princess Li, no matter what happens, you will always be my Ding royal household's legitimate Di Fei. Whoever dares to question Princess Li is questioning my Ding royal household." Xiaoyang Princess also smiled. "Xiaoyao's words are right. Whoever dares to question Princess Ding is going against Princess Ding. You just need to be at ease. Everyone knows that you have been wrong today. Prince Wang Fei, imperial sister, is insensible and has misunderstood Wang Fei. This humble one will apologize on her behalf. Please forgive her, Wang Fei." Yi Li lowered her eyes and did not speak. She had a respectful expression as if she was waiting for the prince to make the decision. Mo Xiaoyao faintly said, "Things like apologizing should be done by the person involved to show more sincerity. Don't you think so?" Lei Tingfing was stunned. Mo Xiaoyao wanting Ling Yun to apologize personally was completely slapping Ling Yun's face. He was not willing to leave her any face. Looking thoughtfully at Yi Li, Lei Tingfing said, "Ling Yun is still young. As her elder brother, I have not taught her well. I should apologize personally." Mo Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows and the corners of his lips slightly lifted. Perhaps heir should teach the princess what it means to be responsible for one's own actions and how to be responsible for one's own actions. Today's matter, can I see it as Shi Ling's provocation towards my Ding royal household? Princess Ling Yun was reprimanded by the person she had admired for a long time. Her eyes had long turned red from being wronged. Lei Tingfing's heart jumped. If he knew that Mo Xiaoyao's attitude would be so unyielding, he would have directly dragged Princess Ling Yun to apologize from the start. Losing face was better than losing his life. Ling Yun would definitely stay in East Chu. If she offended Mo Xiaoyao, he could still protect her while she was in East Chu. If he left, she wouldn't even know how she died. Today's matter, Lei Tingfeng believed that it was Ling Yun who wanted to target Ding Wangfei. But if it was said that this Ding Wangfei was innocent, Lei Tingfeng would never believe it. What was worse was that Mo Xiuyao directly raised the issue of Xiling Kingdom's attitude towards King Ding's residence. Although Mo Xiuyao was currently crippled, the Ding King's residence's power and the Black Cloud cavalry that could cause the entire world to tremble were still around. It would be fine if Mo Xiuyao was a bit weaker, but Mo Xiuyao's unyielding attitude made him even more fearful. Xiling Nation did not need war at the moment. Ling Yun apologized to Princess Ding. Almost immediately, Lei Tingfeng made a prompt decision to Princess Ling Yun. What? You want me to apologize to her? Princess Ling Yun screamed. Everyone present could not help but frown. Even Princess Ronghua disdainfully curled her lips. Even if she was known as the most arrogant princess in the capital, she would absolutely disdain to be so rude in this kind of situation. The upbringing of Xiling Kingdom's princess really made people have a whole new level of respect for her. Princess Ling Yun bitterly glared at Yi Li and said, "Why should this princess apologize to her? I am the most honorable princess of Xiling. Can she accept this princess apology?" Yi Li frowned. Princess is not willing to apologize because you look down on this consort. What do you have that makes this princess look down on you? Princess Ling Yun arrogantly raised her chin and squinted at Yi Li. These days, she had already inquired about Yi Li. She was the daughter of the minister's mansion who had been neglected for many years. She was also the famous daughter of the third generation in the capital. She had no talent, no virtue, and no appearance. Even Prince Li could not bear her reputation and abandoned her. She was just lucky that the emperor appointed her to Prince Ding. As for the matter of being the champion of the 100-Flower Festival, in Princess Ling Yun's eyes, it was not worth the slightest attention. Yi Li was just lucky. Yi Li's eyes flashed with a trace of cold light. She kept comforting herself in her heart, she is still young, I don't need to lower myself to her level. Damn it, she is still young. This girl needs to be taught a lesson. If she was still in the army, she would have already been peeled off a layer of skin. Then, is Princess looking down on Ben Fei or looking down on the status of Ding Wangfei? Yi Li asked. You are not worthy of Princess Ding's status at all. Princess Ling Yun shouted. Yi Li pursed her lips and looked at Princess Ling Yun with a smile. Everyone present couldn't help but praise her good temper and self-restraint in their hearts. Then, who does Princess think is worthy of the status of Princess Ding? If you have the nerve to say that you are this lady, then this princess will submit to you. Princess Ling Yun choked and quickly looked at Mo Xiuyao. It was a pity that the falling flowers intended to fall but the flowing water did not. Mo Xiuyao only had a faint smile as he looked at the Wang Fei beside him. He did not detect Princess Ling Yun's resentful gaze at all. Even if Princess Ling Yun could announce her intentions for Princess Ding's position in front of Yi Li, she did not have the face to say that only she was worthy of Prince Ding in front of so many people. It was Yi Li who clicked her tongue in wonder at her resentful expression. This girl had never seen Mo Xiuyao before, but the first time she saw him, she could show such deep affection. If it was 8 years ago, Mo Xiuyao could say that it was love at first sight, but the current Mo Xiuyao lacked the conditions to make people fall in love at first sight. Could hero worship really make a young girl this infatuated? Even if it was like this, shouldn't she worship the heroes of her own country? Or was this princess a person without borders? If it was in the past, it wouldn't matter if princess looked down on me. But now, this Fei cannot let the Ding Palace's ancestors be shamed because of this Fei. Yi Li stared at Princess Ling Yun as she spoke. Princess Ling Yun arrogantly said, "This princess will definitely apologize to a person who is not as good as this princess." Yi Li raised an eyebrow. Previously the princess invited this Fei to a duel, but this Fei declined. Why don't we duel again? If this Fae loses, today's matter. It will be this Fae pushing down the official and will be dealt with by the princess. If the princess loses. Impossible. Princess Lingyun said, this princess will definitely not lose to you. Yili ignored her and continued, I want the princess to kneel and apologize in front of all the officials and women at the palace banquet. You. Alright, this princess agrees. Before Leitingfeng could stop her, Lingyun had already raised her voice. If you lose, this princess wants you to bow 3 times and kowtow 9 times from the palace entrance to the most bustling place in the capital and then admit to everyone that you are not worthy to be Princess Ding. Yili indifferently nodded her head, it's a promise. Wait. Zhaoyang Princess stood up and said, I remember that Princess Ding does not know how to use the sword. Yili smiled and said, Princess is right, so we will not duel with the sword, we will duel with the arrow. I believe that Princess Lingyun will also know how to do it, right? Ha! You want to duel with this princess in archery? Princess Lingyun acted as if she heard a joke as she looked at Yili with disdain and laughed out loud. This princess learned archery at the age of 7 and could shoot without missing at the age of 10. You. Can you even draw the bow? Yili lowered her brows and smiled faintly. Does the princess mean that we will not compete? This princess is afraid that you will lose too badly. Since you overestimate yourself, this princess will fulfill your wish. Tell me, how do you want to compete? Yili smiled in satisfaction and stood up to say to Mo Jingqi and the Empress, then I will have to trouble the Emperor and the Empress to be witnesses. Mo Jingqi looked at her and asked, Princess Ding, have you made up your mind? You must consider it carefully. Yili smiled. Please, Your Majesty, grant my wish. The dignity of the Ding Palace cannot be trampled on. Chapter 102. Mo Jingqi's expression changed. He stared at Yili for a long time before he said in a low voice, Okay, I approve. Yili respectfully bowed. Yili thanks Your Majesty for granting my wish. Then she turned to Princess Lingyun and smiled. Princess, please. Humph. Princess Lingyun turned and walked out of the hall. Yili's smile was calm and gentle. She walked forward slowly. Leitingfeng, who was following behind, looked at the woman's straight and firm back. For some reason, he had a bad feeling in his heart. An open space in the imperial garden was crowded with people. Even in the distance, there were many idle palace maids and eunuchs peeking at the rare lively scene in the palace. Mo Jingqi and the Empress brought the palace concubines, as well as the officials and noble ladies who came to the palace banquet to be witnesses for Princess Ding and Princess Lingyun. The imperial garden was unprecedentedly noisy. There were too many people. Except for the Emperor, the Empress, the concubines, and a few prominent members of the royal family, the others could only stand and watch. But obviously, no one cared about this small matter. Everyone was excitedly staring at the two people in the open space. Princess Ding didn't ask for a target. How would she compete? Noble consort Lu sat beside the Emperor with a cold face. Her cold eyes swept over Yili with a hint of inquiry. Mo Jingqi lowered his head to look at his beloved consort's expression. He chuckled softly. What are you looking at? It seems that you like Princess Ding very much. Noble consort Lu frowned and said coldly, Your Majesty must be joking. I was just a little curious. Mo Jingqi smiled meaningfully. There are not many people who can make you curious. But in my opinion, Princess Ding has no chance of winning. Noble consort Lu raised her eyebrows. She still looked as cold as ice. Mo Jingqi's eyes flashed with a trace of fierceness and darkness. He continued, Princess Lingyun is the beloved daughter of the Emperor Shiling. Since young, she has been practicing both civil and martial arts. In the West Hill, her archery is more famous than her swordsmanship. What's in it for His Majesty if she loses? Noble consort, Luke said lightly. Mo Jingqi smiled but did not speak. He turned his gaze to Mo Xiaoyao, who was sitting quietly not far away. His eyes darkened. Prince. Beside Mo Xiaoyao, Qing Shuang looked anxiously at Yi Li, who was preparing for the match. After following her mistress for so many years, how could Frost not know that her mistress had never learned archery? At most, she could only play with the third master when she went to the Su family. How could it compare to the archery that Princess Lingyun had been practicing since she was a child? Mo Xiaoyao said indifferently, don't be impatient. Lei Tingfeng frowned as he looked at Mo Xiaoyao's calm expression. Could it be that Princess Ding really had some sort of trump card? But no matter if she won or lost, there was no benefit to the West Hill. Lei Tingfeng could not help but curse in his heart. Was his imperial uncle muddle-headed? Why did he choose Lingyun to come to Dongchu? Even the Emperor of Shiling's least favored princess was 100 times more sensible than this girl. Prince Ding, this is all because of Lingyun's ignorance. I heard that Princess Ding is the most talented woman in the capital, but she's not good at martial arts. Isn't this competition a little unfair to the princess consort? Mo Xiaoyao smiled lightly. Since it's Li's choice, it doesn't matter whether it's fair or not. Isn't it? But what if the princess? Was Mo Xiaoyao certain that Princess Ding would win, or did he not care about losing face for the Ding kingdom? If Li loses, I will kneel with her to Princess Lingyun. Mo Xiaoyao calmly replied. Lei Tingfeng's heart shook when he heard this. He almost could not hide the loss of self-control on his face. He turned his gaze to the beautiful woman in the field who was wearing the same moon-white brocade robe as Prince Ding. His hand unconsciously tightened around the wine cup as his gaze deepened and his handsome brows furrowed. In the field, Yi Li and Princess Lingyun were both inspecting the bows in their hands. Princess Lingyun's movements were nimble as she inspected her bow. It was clear that she was an archer from the capital. On the other hand, Yi Li was leisurely inspecting the bow in her hands. She was testing here and there. The surrounding people could not help but feel anxious for her. Princess Ding's slender figure and her slow and jerky movements made people wonder if Princess Ding could even draw the bow. Don't mention shooting an arrow, it was another matter if Princess Ding could even draw the bow. Say it, how do you want to compete? Princess Lingyun was already prepared. She raised her chin and looked at Yi Li arrogantly. Yi Li quickly put down her bow and looked up at Princess Lingyun with a smile. 1 arrow for each person. 1 arrow to determine the winner. Whatever. Princess Lingyun held her bow and said, say it, where should I shoot? Do you want to shoot a willow leaf from 100 paces away or a bird in the sky? Hearing Princess Lingyun's words, everyone was even more shocked. They had a deeper understanding of the princess's archery skills. To be able to say that she could shoot a willow leaf from 100 paces away so confidently, this princess was indeed an expert. Hua Tianxiang stood behind Madame Hua and tightly clutched her sleeves. She was worried for Yi Li. Yi Li slowly drew her bow and said indifferently, bows and arrows are weapons. They are not used to shoot leaves and birds. So, let's compete in shooting. After she finished speaking, she raised her bow and pointed an arrow at Princess Lingyun. What? Everyone was shocked. They watched as the girl used a standard but not practiced posture to point her bow and arrow at Princess Lingyun. Are you crazy? Are you kidding me? Princess Lingyun cried out involuntarily. They were standing less than 50 paces away from each other. Lingyun was an expert archer. She could naturally see that Yili's posture was unfamiliar, but she had definitely learned it before. At this distance, whether it was her or Yili, the chances of them missing were not high. So, Yili didn't want to compete in archery. Instead, she wanted to compete in courage. Yili said with a faint smile, "Whether it is a sword or an arrow, they are all weapons. Soldiers are lethal weapons. Since this is a competition, we naturally can't harm others. So, we can only trouble Princess Lingyun and this consort to shoot an arrow at each other. Death. Injury. Own. Responsibility. No. She didn't want to marry the emperor and become one of the concubines in the imperial harem. She wanted to marry Prince Ding and become Princess Ding. However, she didn't want to die, nor did she want to experience the feeling of being shot by an arrow. Princess Ding. Isn't this a bit too serious? If something happens. Lei Tingfing stood up to stop her. Yili turned her head to look at him and said with a smile, "Didn't this consort say that she would be responsible for her own injuries? Moreover, the emperor has already agreed to this consort's competition with Princess Lingyun. Could it be that the heir wants this consort to go back on her words in front of the emperor, empress, and all the officials of Dechu state? How will my Ding King's manor have the face to stand in the capital?" Lei Tingfing felt bitter in his heart. "You didn't say that you wanted to bet your life first. Of course, if Princess Lingyun is afraid, she can admit defeat at any time." In the end, Yili lightly added in a sentence. This sentence had undoubtedly blocked all of Princess Lingyun's paths of retreat. How could she admit defeat to Yili in front of all these people? She took advantage of her unwillingness to admit defeat to blurt out, "This princess will not admit defeat. This princess will bet." "Very good, let's begin." Yili nodded with a satisfied smile. She didn't know why, but Princess Lingyun didn't dare look into her eyes and looked away in a panic. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.